Good morning, welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday so far. Now we've got a lovely 4 hours lined up for you today with some really useful makes, some pretty makes and some makes which quite frankly you just have to have. So kicking off this morning, we're making skirts. Skirts for those little ones, those slightly bigger ones, but not quite big enough for me yet ones. I love this. It makes me want to twirl. Everybody needs a skirt to make you to twirl. So we're making this today. Lovely Janice is joining us to make this. We also have, though, for you, because I know those reels. What do we do with them? How do we stop them from getting all tangled and everything up? Well, we have one of these. We have a reel organiser or spool organiser, whatever you want to call them, here for you. So you can get everything out of the way, organised in rainbow. I don't know. But the fabrics that we've got for you today are absolutely stunning. Look, we even made a cat from them as well. That's how much we loved it. We didn't just stop at the skirt, we went cat as well. And we've also got a wonderful book for you as well, the A to Z of sewing, which every sewist should have, in my humble opinion, because it's a great reference book for you. So we'll have a look at that later. Now, the fabrics here... all inspired, the designer here, this is a Dashwood collection, okay, so 100% cotton and a lovely, lovely weight. So the collection here today is inspired by the Indian landscape, and I think that's really coming through with these vivid, bright colours. You've got the elegance here of your peacocks, and then that's all reiterated down here in this fabric here. You've got beautiful greens, you've got vivid oranges, and pinks. Oh, it's just absolutely stunningly beautiful. So, do you know what? All of these are £6.45 per half metre. So, here's how you order them. You go onto the website, sewingquarter.com, and you register, you log in, and then there's the show, then there's a little box about how you can message us, and then underneath that is all the things that we have on the show. So there we are, you log in, there's us, yeah, and then underneath you can message us. Say hello, let us know you're there this morning. So that's how you message the studio, that's our web chat. Then underneath there will come up all the items that they're just loading up at the moment. They will all come up in just one moment with all of today's fabrics. That's how live we are. They are loading as we speak. So that's how to use the website. To get in touch, if you want to email in and send us photos of your projects, your skirts, your things like that, then that is studio@sewingquarter.com. We love to hear from you. And when you're buying, you can either go on the website or you can phone our free phone UK number, which is 0800 112 44 33. Option 1 takes you through to sales. Option 2 takes you through to the help team. If you have any queries, questions or anything else, they are primed and ready to help. Now, let's go and meet Janice because she's here today. Janice, I'm going to steal some material for you. Okay. Let's go diamonds. They're a girl's best friend, right? Janice, hello.
Hello, Natasha.
How are you?
Morning.
Good to have you on the show.
This morning, yes, lovely. So we're making a circular skirts, which are quick and easy.
I like this.
That's the good thing about it. So,
I'm looking at these skirts thinking, I have a little one.
Yeah.
Obviously, he doesn't wear too many skirts yet. I mean, that phase will probably come.
Oh, yes. You never know.
Yes.
Kilts are nice.
Yeah, very manly. I saw a website the other day for yoga, for men in yoga doing kilts. No, men in kilts doing yoga. Mind boggles. Anyway, we digress. He's 3, he's a bit young for yoga. Yes. But we're making a beautiful circular skirt. Kids' clothes are expensive. There's no two ways about it. So if you can get a skirt out of this fabric... Fabulous. It's a party skirt, isn't it? When you think kids have, 30 kids in a class?
And you can also layer these skirts as well. So you have a skirt on top of the skirt. So it looks quite nice as well. So you can do them in different layers.
A bit like a tutu.
So, yeah, like a tutu. But circular skirts.
With all the different layers of fabrics and colour. Oh, that would be beautiful.
Yeah, you could do that.
So I'm thinking party dresses. I'm thinking those skirts that just want to twirl around.
And then if you jive or you do your 1960s dancing.
Yay!
There we go.
Yeah, so you can scale this up for
That's
bigger
it.
people as well. I'm just going to grab that skirt because I want to show you. Here, look at
So
this.
that's it. A full skirt. There we go.
Yay!
And if you open it out, we call it the donut. It's a full circle.
Nice.
And it's called the donut.
The donut skirt. This fabric is
The
gorgeous. I
Just
love it.
complete
And
circle.
we've got this. How much fabric do you need to make this?
This one is a metre.
A metre.
So, but the bigger you go, of course, with adults, you have to have, like, the length would be about 30 inches. So
Right.
you need it twice that, which is 60 inches.
Okay.
So to get a skirt out of a 45-inch fabric, you'd have to cut it out 4 times to have 4 quarters and then seam them. To
I
make
guess
the
it depends how
circle.
decent you want the skirt to be.
That's it.
We were trying to fit my waist in there.
Yep,
Didn't happen.
but
I got a
didn't
thigh in it. I was quite upset because I was really wanting to play with that skirt. Now, you're making your pattern from scratch.
Yes. So
This is what you do.
all you need is 1 piece of paper.
Right.
So this can be your wrapping paper.
Right.
That you've had Christmas.
Yeah.
So, because what you've got to do, we've got to do a bit of math. Sewing always includes a bit of math.
Do you know, I used to teach
So-
maths, and I do,
Did
I'm
you?
just going to move that off your mic there.
So-
I do really wish that I had done lots of sewing
Yes.
then, because the kids always just said, no, it's never going to use maths.
Never going to use math, and you do. You do
And
lots of
actually,
things.
yes, this. So unless you've got the pattern, we're going to make one from scratch, because, you know, we're resourceful like that.
That's it.
What do we need to do?
So the first thing you've got here is you have to find out your radius.
Okay.
Now, the radius is your waist.
Right.
So the first thing you do, you see where you want it to be on your waist.
Okay.
So if you want the skirt on your waist, you measure it there.
Right.
And if you want it that bit lower,
Yeah.
you measure it more on your hip. So it's all according where you want the skirt to sit.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So you might want it a bit lower around there.
Okay.
So then here's your old radius equals circumference over 2 pi.
Right.
Pi is 3.14.
Yes, it is.
So you have to divide it by the 6.28,
Okay.
the actual waist.
Okay.
So that's your formula. So you've got the radius equals, we're doing it to say 24-inch waist, over 628 equals 3.82 to get to the radius. But 3.82, you can't do. So you round it to your nearest quarter
Okay.
inch. So that's
We
the first
will
thing
put
you do.
this
the
up on
radius.
social media for you, or
So-
email us in and we'll give you the details.
So shall I pop that there?
Yes.
So the first thing we're going to do, we get a pencil.
Right.
And we're going to mark off the radius, which is 3 3/4 inches.
Okay.
So you mark it there, 3 3/4 inches.
Okay.
Which is that there. And then 3 3/4 inches that you mark.
So you've
There.
already said that you use sometimes your old Christmas
Wrapping paper.
wrapping paper.
So any paper will do. So,
Now you see, you could of course raid your kids' pencil case here.
and have the pencil
Yeah.
as well.
Well, the pencil and the old
So
tractor.
for the radius, you just measure from the quarter out 3 3/4,
Yep.
and you measure it round. And then what you do is you join the dots.
Join those dots. I think this
Okay.
is great because then, you know, whatever size, as
That's
your
it.
kids grow, you can just keep making.
Yeah.
And because it's got the elasticated waist on it.
Yes, it's stretching, it'll fit in for some time. So then the next thing you need to measure is your length.
Right.
So you have it to exactly what length you want.
Nice.
So on this one, I'm going to do it 12 inches.
Okay.
Okay? So it's quite a short skirt, this one. But then again...
Cheeky.
we're
Yeah, but it's
thinking
for a
younger.
child,
It's
so
for a
that's
child.
fine.
So then you measure down from the radius end,
Yes.
you measure your 12 inches.
Nice.
So... Oh, let me just double check that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
So this is for the tiny child, really. So then you measure
So you do
down
the same, do you? Just keep measuring your
12
12 inches
that's
around.
it.
Oh,
But
this
then
is
if we
great.
add it on 1/2 inch just for the seam as well,
Okay.
we need to just take that into consideration.
So you're using a
I think.
1/2 inch seam allowance?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's it. So
Did you know
we're
your
talking
daughter
13.
is
Yeah.
our floor manager, one of our floor
Yeah.
managers? Did you make all her clothes when she was a kid?
Yeah, for the discos, for the school discos and things like that, all the time.
Oh.
So she was a sweetie.
She still is a sweetie. So we're going 12 or 13 inches?
13.
We're going 13 now.
Sorry. That should have been, I'll do an inch.
Ah, cool. That's it. So we've chosen the diamond fabric. Let me give you the details of the diamond. Oh, the details are up on the screen. There we go. This is the fabric. So whilst Janice does that, we're using the diamond fabric today. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. So here we go. And again, you can just see those beautiful, beautiful colours. This is inspired by life in India. £6.45 per half a metre. To do this skirt, you're going to need a metre. VSAD76 is your code for this. This is just beautiful, and it's a lovely weight so that it really will spin around. Now, the designer here, Dashwood, always put the name of the designer on the selvage. So here we go. That's your designer. But then also, you see, you get the different colours in there. So if you want to match the different colours, then you know which ones you're working with, which I just think is really clever.
This is good. So what I'm going to do now is cut round with the paper scissors.
Excellent.
The actual radius first.
Oh, left-handed.
I am. I'm left-handed.
Yay. Are you all right?
So,
Producer Hannah's going, that's more creative. It's more creative if you're left-handed. Producer Hannah, are you
arty
left-handed?
people are left-handed.
Yes. Oh, what a surprise. Yes, she is. Yeah, that's not a surprise. Let me show you
so
this.
I'm just cutting it out all the way round.
Do you have to be very accurate, or does it not matter?
No, not at all. This is a tiny skirt, this one.
That's a metre. It's a lot, isn't it? Gosh. So if you want a metre, you just put 2 in the quantity, because it's obviously 2 lots of half metre.
I've made this one quite small.
So well, yeah, but it's for a little person.
That's it.
Yeah.
So then what we do, you get your fabric.
Yeah, sorry, I just scrunched that up for you.
And you fold it as is. And then what we do, you fold it in half again. So you've got
into quarters.
4 quarters.
Okay.
That's it. So you should have then 2 folds.
Right.
So you have a fold going down there and a fold going down there. And what you do on here is both these should be placed on the fold. So if you put fold on there,
oh, okay.
fold on there so you don't forget.
Does that mean less cutting?
Yeah. So if you think that's how you place it.
Oh, I like this already.
Yeah. On the fold.
Yep. Hang on, and this is only going to take about 10 minutes to make.
It's ever so quick, lovely and quick. I said,
so when
really
your kids
quick.
Turn up and go, oh, I've got this, oh, I forgot this invitation.
Yeah, party in an hour. And this is what you can make.
But this is brilliant.
Yeah.
And look at all this fabric you're going to have left over. You can make teddy bear one to match.
Yeah. Or scarves.
Oh, head scarves.
Or a little, I don't know, ties. Do you remember when the girls used to wear ties? When we were kids, we used to wear ties. Or ties and shirts used to be in fashion.
Well, do you know what? We've also got the cat as well. Let me show you the cat. Hang on.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Well, yeah. So with your leftover fabric, of course, because this is the sort of fabric that you can make clothes from, like these skirts. You can also make your cushions. You can also make things like the cat.
Everything.
He was made out of this range.
Yeah, everything.
Lovely.
So what we do then, we actually cut. This is the actual where the waist is going to be.
Right.
And then we cut out the actual skirt. So again, it doesn't have to be accurate.
Excellent.
There we go. Just as quick as that.
Excellent. Good.
So, and like you say, you've got a lot of the fabric left.
Yeah, look at that.
To make.
Oh gosh, to make things like the cat.
Yeah.
Now someone's just messaged in. Who was it, Hannah? Do we know? Sue messaged in saying, what did we make the cat out of? The yellow fabric there is the cat, and the graphics are coming up for the yellow. This is your distance dream. This is the gold leaf.
So then if we
made that with Joe a couple of weeks ago, and I think he's really rather lovely. Oh, she missed the fabric, Sue missed the fabric. Ah, okay, there we go. Now, you've taken your pins out.
Take your pins out. Then you can pop that away for the next time.
Excellent.
And then, as you can see then,
the donut is ready.
The donuts. There we go.
Fab.
And that's your donuts.
Ready for your little person.
So, ready for, yeah.
Excellent.
So then the next step is the elastic. So, now this elastic is 3 inches wide.
Right.
Right. For the baby, because you make these for babies as well.
Okay.
You normally use a 1 inch fabric.
Right.
For a little person, you normally use a 2 inch fabric. Elastic, sorry.
We've got baby elastic on the show.
We've got
the 1 inch
elastic
on the show for you as well today.
But that'd be a bit small. And I think with this, to show your viewer, I think it's best for them to see the big elastic.
No, that's okay. That's why we've gone with big elastic. But for the little people, for the babies, then go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we need to know?
So then we cut the elastic to the exact width of the waist. So this one I was doing was 24 inches. Just seems a bit
there
big.
We go.
24 inches.
This is a little biddly waist, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're using today the Fiskars dressmaking shears. I love these.
Yeah, they're nice.
They're fabulously long. The cut is absolutely fab.
Yes, it is.
They just whiz through beautifully, which I absolutely love. Fiskars, of course, been going since the 1600s. What a company, my goodness. Named after the town that they work from, that they were based from. And these today, £22.95 for a fabulous pair of dressmaking shears, 25 centimetres along there. And they really do just whoosh, absolutely go through. But they've got a lovely long blade there and nice and flat there, so you can really go through nice and easy. Fabulous company, ergonomically designed, lovely to use. Actually, you use these left-handed.
Yes, I did. So you can, I'll just grab anything you can use.
She's a pro. Grab anything, chew through it if I have to. No, don't chew through it. Get a great pair of scissors. Okay.
So the next thing to do is sew your elastic and you have to join it. So if we join it in the inch.
Is there a right side and wrong side?
Not really, no. But there will be when it's sewn. That's when it'll be a...
And when you sew an elastic, is there a special stitch or anything?
No. Well, what I normally do is on the ends, if you haven't got an overlocker, I always use a zigzag stitch.
Right.
Just to sew the ends.
Right.
And then just a plain stitch to join.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you know what I mean, together. So that's what we do. So you either can overlock it or zigzag it first.
Right.
And then do the same. That's what I normally do. So if I do that first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then show you exactly what we're doing. So if I put it on a zigzag stitch without pressing the foot first.
Do you need... I mean, most machines will do a zigzag and a straight stitch, won't they? No matter how basic they are.
Well, I never had an overlocker for years. And I sewed for years without an overlocker. Well, you couldn't get them. No, they were industrial. They were industrial only, weren't they? So I couldn't get them. So I used to always do zigzags.
Yeah.
So do that and then reverse it.
So an overlocker, for anybody that doesn't know, because I didn't, I was unaware, basically is it can be up to 4 threads. And it basically, if I show you on here, it goes over the top of it goes round there, so it's locking in the thread so it doesn't fray. And if you look at any seam or hem, let me see, there we go, that there on this, that is an overlocked seam. So you've got 4 different threads and it's going over the edge and locking in those threads, so that you can wash it and it doesn't. So, but if you don't have an overlocker, which, most people don't, it's one of those things. If you do a zigzag and then a straight stitch, that's effectively
that is like your
yeah.
overlocker. But to be honest, I would never be without my overlocker. No.
Yeah.
Never. Because the quickness, the way it fast quicks things up, it's amazing.
So it's one of those things, isn't it?
It's one of them things you have as a
It's one of those things you get to
get your
when
husband's buy.
Yes, absolutely. We will be bringing them to air at some point. But not everybody has that luxury. So the fact that you can do the same effect with your zigzag and your straight stitch. So you've zigzagged the ends to stop them from fraying.
And now I'm just going to join with a straight stitch.
Right.
The normal, just do a seam with locking on the front and reverse, and just a couple of reverse stitches, and then that's it.
So the reverse stitches at the beginning and the end just hold it, absolutely, because this elastic's going to be under some sort of pressure, isn't it? So you don't want it unraveling and your skirt falling down. That would be bad.
But the other thing you have to do, you have to top stitch down, because also on the skirt you don't want that clumpiness.
Oh, okay. So what do we do next?
So what you do, you fan that out.
Yes.
Like that, and then you turn it over. And what you do then is just a little stitch, top stitch down either side.
So that seam there
it's fanned out.
Is opened. And then top stitch down both
sides. Just to hold.
Okay, so you don't have any bulk.
So you don't have the bulk.
Clever.
So that's what you have to do, top stitch.
Is that what we're doing now?
The seams. A lot of the seams I like to do this with. So, okay.
Excellent. Do you do that from the... I know it's called a top stitch. Do you do it from the top, or do you do it underneath so you can see where the elastic is? Okay.
You do it at the top and just doing the 8th in from the edge.
Right.
That's it.
So again, forwards and back to start off with, just keeping that stitch in place.
Because otherwise it will come undone. So.
Awesome.
That's it. So again...
Here we go. Now let me show you. So this is the diamonds fabric is this one that we're using. That's on your screen. That's 645. But this is the fabric this was made with. This is also the bottom of the cat. So a lot of you are asking about the cat. This is the bottom of the cat as well. What a beautiful fabric. It's bright, it's vivid, it's fun. And then you can pick up the pinks or the oranges or the blues as a top for your kids, or a white top. Either way is going to work an absolute treat. And this is your butterfly floral from the same Distant Dreams collection. £6.45 from Dashwood, 100% cotton. It's just fun, isn't it? This is summer, this is parties, this is holiday skirts, this is just everything that makes you happy. I wish I'd had skirts like this when I was a kid, because they're just brilliant. Easter holidays, of course, coming up. Why not get your kids involved in making this? It's a lovely, simple make to do. Just so much fun. Whee!
That's it. I'm just trimming the edges. So that's the elastic done.
Nice.
So you just trim the edges. And now we're going to attach it. But the first thing we have to do is we have to press down 1/4 of an inch on the waist, so you've got a nice finish to it when you've added the elastic. So if we do that first.
Yes,
now,
of course.
you do the smaller, if I can just come round you, Natasha. You do the smaller seam, because the bigger seam, because it's a circle, it won't turn properly. It will all go
You'd have to cut into it, wouldn't you?
So you just keep the seam very small.
Oh, that is small, isn't it?
Yeah. So you just keep pressing it round now. It's about 1/4 of an inch.
So today we're all about fab and functional. This is fab.
And quirky.
This is really fab. I like this an awful lot.
Quirky as well.
Lovely. Whilst you're doing that, whilst you're ironing, let me show you this. This is our A to Z of sewing. Whilst you're ironing, I'll just show you this book.
I want that book.
You want this book? I want this book as well. There we go. This is your A to Z of sewing. It just, when you just need that reminder. For me, this is, I had a break from sewing and came back to it, and I was a bit rusty.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. But this takes you through. That's an overlocker that we were just talking about. That's what that looks like. It shows you all the different tools, all the different things that you're going to need. It's just brilliant. It talks about fabric, how to care for the fabric, what it means, you know, when you get the washing instructions, what they actually mean. It just basically decodes everything for you. And then it talks about different types of fabrics. It shows you how to measure for dressmaking. It's just brilliant. It decodes your dressmaking patterns as well. We've made our own today.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry. It's great. And then it shows you how to do all sorts of different things, even how to press, which, quite frankly, I need. It shows you your applique techniques, armhole. Oh, this is all in... and look at this, belts. You know when you want to make your own belts? I'd never even thought about making my own belts. I didn't think I could.
You can make everything.
But fabric-covered belts, so it goes exactly with what you want. This is fab. Lovely illustrations, lots of different ways of making your binding there. That's really useful. Step-by-step instructions, all photographed, really, really easy. Look at that, your button loops. So just if you hear us mention something you're not quite sure, or you can't watch the show again and you need to recap, this is the book. It's fab, isn't it? $12.95. I think every sewist should have this. This is the A to Z of Sewing by Country Bumpkin. I wonder if they were actually, you know, christened Country Bumpkin, or if that's just a pseudonym. Here we go. You've got all your hems, you've got your seams, sleeves, literally A to Z. Busy for this, not surprised. FQSP42, and it's $12.95. Lovely book. Enjoying that a lot. $12.95. Put it in your basket.
Right by.
It is, isn't it?
So,
shall we dance again?
So, you need to.
There we go.
Right, and so now you've got your fabric pressed. And now we're going to add the elastic.
Gosh.
Okay.
This is really coming together very quickly, isn't it?
It is. It's wonderful.
Now, as we were saying
quirky
earlier, if you are making this much bigger, if you're making like a 1950s, maybe you've got a 1950s party or something, and you want to make your own skirt. Let me just grab, excuse me for stretching. You can make it in panels like that, 4 panels like that, can't you? But you just would do it the larger size for an adult.
Yes.
And that's how you would do it together. Because we're doing a kid's skirt, we managed to make it out of one piece of fabric, which is brilliant. But makes me happy.
The longer you go, the more fabric you need.
Yes.
So, and then you'd have to start cutting them into the quarters and seaming the seams to bring the circle round. So,
nice. Okay.
So, right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it over, and we're going to join the elastic. And what we're going to do first of all is pin the elastic. Now I've got to make sure I get this right, because we're going to pin.
You see, this is where I need to stop and think.
And me. Do
stop and think, because it doesn't matter how many times I do things, when it comes to back to front and upside down and roundy.
It is. It's ever so awkward to... hang on a second.
So you do everything you need to do that you would do at home, because, you know, I'm not alone in being the only one that sort of has to put it through to how it would be, to then put it back to how it needs to be.
I'm exactly the same.
But it's just, people, I think this is it, isn't it? People's minds work in different ways. So for me, it's like, right, okay, how do I need to do this?
Hold on. I was worried about this before I came today. I thought, this is going to be the...
This is the moment,
This is the moment.
Yeah.
So, no. It's got to be the other way around.
Right, so, okay, because everybody else at home is going to be going through this
Everyone's
as well.
the same, right,
Janet, so tell us what you're doing.
So I've got to add this elastic to the skirt, and I've just sussed it.
So there is now a right and a wrong side to the elastic, isn't there?
There is. So what you've got to do, you've got to add the wrong side of the elastic to the right side of the fabric.
Right.
So,
but it's because it's...
So
it's the right side.
No, hang on.
No,
it's the other way.
Wrong side. So it's right sides together.
2 right sides together, of course it is. I should know this. It's 2 right sides together. That's it.
Something magical
2 right
happens.
sides together.
when you come on TV and you just forget everything you ever knew. I've forgotten my name before now on air.
That's it. 2 right sides together.
So right sides together.
Every time. Right sides together.
With your seam on the outside there.
That's it.
Okay.
And then you've got to do the same on this side. It's best to do your middles first.
Oh. Now, is that what the pin marker is?
Yeah,
in
that
your
pin
elastic?
there. That's it.
So before you started pinning, you folded the elastic in half and placed a pin.
That's it.
So that Janice knew exactly where her
Where
halfway
to go.
mark was.
That's it. So that's that to that. Once you do this, the skirt's made, basically. No, can't put pins in my mouth.
It's the habits that we do at home, isn't it?
It's
all those little things that we just get used to doing.
So once you've done that, you then, this is the trickiest bit of the skirt. Then
do you do quarters
you have to do
next?
the quarters next. So that's what you do, is the quarter next.
This is the thing where it's we've got plenty of time, so take your time. Don't rush this at all. We really have. We're only halfway through the show, so don't worry. Take your time.
Right.
But this is it, isn't it? This is the bit that when you want to make the skirt, this is the bit to take your time on.
Yeah. Thank you, Natasha.
That's all right. Have a pin.
Have a pin.
Have a pin.
And then I was having nightmares about this part as I was coming down the
There's always
Hadley
that little
Road.
bit, isn't there? Because at home you can take as long
thinking,
as you want and be as ham-fisted as you want to be, knowing that in the end you're going to get the absolute beautiful finish.
And this is the finish. That's what it's all about, is the finish. And you do get the finish with this skirt.
I can't wait to make it. I kind of want to now have a 1950s party just so that I can make one of these skirts. They're
Right,
beautiful.
So that
now the
is
fabric.
that now.
And then,
That's
okay, so
that's it.
how do we then pin the rest
So then
of it?
what you do, you don't pin.
All right.
You actually sew it on the machine straight
really?
away. Yeah, because what you've got to do as you're sewing, you've got to be pulling the elastic.
Right.
So that it gathers up. So you can't pin it because it's very awkward.
Right.
But also you've got to stretch it so that it stretches afterwards. So that's what you have to do.
Right.
So
before you do that, I'm going to go over to the fabric and have a look. So just have a little breather, and I'll be back. Come with me, because we're going to have a little look. Here we go. Now, we've got here all sorts of beautiful colours for you to choose from here. So whether you want this darker colour here, or whether you want to layer it up and have the beautiful feel here of those Indian gorgeous fabrics, and then add in the one with the peacock, I don't mind, but look at this. Absolutely stunning. So this is your blue mandala. Absolutely gorgeous. JOAD 39 is your code for this. Look at the colours. They're so warm, aren't they? Producer Hannah is once again redesigning her house because she's fallen in love with this fabric today. Hannah, your house is going to be the most colourful by the time that we've kitted it out with everything. Now, maybe you want to pick up that golden colour, that beautiful golden colour. Now, remember, this collection was inspired by the Indian landscapes, those beautiful, vivid, rich sunsets that you get. And I think we can really see that in this gold and sort of pinky colour coming through here. But also, look at this beautiful design work on here. This is your gold leaf. Absolutely stunning. Really gorgeous. And those colours in all of the fabric, so it picks up. So you can mix and match these fabrics absolutely with ease. Now, for anybody that was looking at the cat, going which was the cat fabric, this is it. This is your gold leaf. CRAD 25 is your code. £6.45 per half a metre. Kind of looks like it's hand printed, doesn't it? It's got that element to it, which I really like. Now, which one should we look at next? Can we go peacocks? Yeah, I love peacocks. It's Just get it out there. I absolutely love peacocks. So you know that whenever there's a peacock on the show, that will be my favourite. Just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Here we go. Let's see. Let's get that peacock in up here, because this is for me. This is my favourite bit. Let's have a look at that peacock. Here he is coming into it. Let me move him down. There you go. There he is in all his glory there. But you see, if I show you the darker one, can you see the peacock? It's coming through. You've got elements of the peacock in that one as well. So they all intermingle absolutely beautifully. So there we go. The blue mandala, which was the darker one, was on the bottom of the screen. This is your peacock 645. Do you want to see the whole design on this? Not that it's our favourite or anything, but, you know, it's our favourite. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? The repeat on this is just stunning. So whether you're doing curtains, blinds, cushions, for me this needs to be a larger project so that you get that pattern repeat, so that you can really enjoy it and absolutely love it. Oh, producer Hannah wants a jacket out of it. That would be amazing. But then, producer Hannah, would you then line it maybe with the gold leaf? Or maybe you could do cushions and then have like the back. Oh, binding in the gold. Oh, nice. Ooh. Ooh. Do you know, it's making me think of all of those beautiful Indian themed beautiful movies and stuff where you just go, I want to go there. It looks amazing. And this is it. It's opulent, it's rich, it's warm, it's just beautiful. And the cotton, 100% cotton. So if you are making clothes with it, wash it first so that you get rid of any shrinkage or anything like that. But this is just stunning. Just look at those colours. That blue is just beautiful. Pinks, burnt oranges in there, vivid yellows, it's all in there. Just delicious. 645 MQAD49 is your code. Oh. Hey, look at all the different colours on here. You know, I said that with down the seam allowance, they put all the different colours. 11 different colours in that one. It's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, one more fabric to look at, which is this one, which is what the original skirt was made out of, which will just get you the details up. I feel like I'm at home doing all the folding of the laundry. Pop that in there. Beautiful. Your butterfly floral here, 645 per half a metre. So look at this, strong, vivid colours, the butterflies in there. Absolutely stunning. And so, you know what, you can pick out the colours, can't you? You can pick out a red, you can pick out, maybe, just throwing it out there, you know, Janice said that you can layer up these skirts. Why not have something like this over the top and then do petticoats in a solid colour? Ooh, and we've got over 60 solid colours on the website that you can get by a half metre. So just, do you know what, enjoy it. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we're making a skirt. It's not all you can make because, look, over here, we've got our pussycats. This was made on a show last week, I do believe. And he's rather fab. So this is Joe's work. And look at him. So you've got the gold leaf at the top and then you've got the butterflies at the bottom. So I just want to show you other ways to use these fabrics because, yes, they are versatile. This is 100% cotton. It's a beautiful weight. It's a really luxurious weight. This is your gold leaf, details on the screen there, 645. But they are perfect for making. Now, this could be a door stopper, this could be a toy, whichever you want to play with. Whether you're doing your interiors, whether you're doing cushions and things like that. Producer Hannah, you know that big floor cushion? That massive floor cushion, could you imagine that in these fabrics? What would you do? Message in. Janice, what else would you make with this fabric? Because you love doing clothes and things, don't you? That's your love.
I am. I'm like, dresses, anything. Dresses would be lovely in this as
dresses.
Well. Dresses for the summer and that would be nice.
Pinafore dresses with pockets in a different colour.
Yeah.
Nice. But we're doing skirts today.
So we're doing skirts.
We're doing this. But I just wanted to show you. Whoops, there goes the pattern. Ding. I just wanted to show you how versatile this fabric is. You can't be down with this fabric, can you? This is a happy fabric.
It brings everything to life, doesn't it, really? It's just, you can imagine yourself on a cruise in the summer.
Nice.
And, on top of the boat, on the deck.
What about a matching bag? Actually, you said headscarves.
Yeah, headscarves.
Now, you see,
Very 60s again, keeping that theme going.
Nice, 50s, 60s, that retro look.
Grace Kelly.
Grace Kelly.
Going along in the car with the headscarves to match, do you remember? Or Hepburn.
It's nearly
No,
summer.
but a few, it's all that type of fabrics. Beautiful. Love that fabric. Beautiful to work with.
Gorgeous.
So, and it's like I said the other day with these fabrics that the sewing quarter sell, they make themselves, these fabrics. Fabrics make themselves. If they're a good fabric, they make themselves. You don't have to do a lot. It's not hard work to make a good dress if you've got a good fabric.
Which is what we got.
You get what you pay for.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Every time. So
now we left you.
So you left me.
We left you fretting over your elastic.
This.
Because this is the most difficult part of this make, isn't it? Everything else has been relatively straightforward.
Because even the hem afterwards, you just turn in your 1/4 of an inch. Don't go more than the 1/4 of an inch because you will get folds in the fabric. Because you're on a round, you're on a circle, it will just, it can just crease.
Let's show us that 1/4 of an inch.
So
do you measure that? How strict are you about it, or do you do it by eye because you've done it for years?
do it by eye because I've done it for years. But if you want to just, you can always, if you want to, but again with the circular skirt, because it's a lot of skirts, tacking. So if you're unsure and you're a complete beginner, turn it in a 1/4 of an inch, measure it with the tape measure, and then just do a little running stitch all the way around, and then that's what you can put on your machine.
Now, while we're talking threads and tacking,
got
a bit of a treat for us today. This we got so excited about.
Yeah, it's really good.
So this is an 11-pack of Gutermann threads.
All the basic colours as well, aren't they? So
I'm going to take it out because I want to show you something. I'm not going to lie, I was sort of hoping you might go wrong. Whoops.
I still might.
There's time. And I don't mean that in a nasty way. I'm not wishing you ill. It's just that this is in the pack. And I've never seen a stitch unpicker like it. It's like it's got a beehive on the top. Very 60s, you see, staying with that 60s, 50s, 60s theme.
They're all coming back.
Yeah, they are, absolutely.
All coming back.
This is your unpicker, okay? Yeah. So a nice, neat little unpicker, and actually very sharp little point there. But here's the thing. You know when you seam rip, and then you get those little idly-biddly bits that you then have to spend ages trying to pick off? This is like a rubbery. So you just put it on properly, and then just rub them off and they disappear. It's amazing.
Have you seen this in action?
No, that's why I was hoping you'd go wrong so that we could use it.
Shall we do it? Shall we have a look?
Shall we purposefully go wrong?
Let's purposely go wrong on the scene. No. What I'll do, let's get this one done first.
Okay.
Then what we'll do, we'll go a bit wrong on there.
Okay.
And then we'll see what it does. Shall we? Yes. See how it
it's not
works.
often that I encourage my guests to go wrong, I would just like to say. But when you've got a natty piece of kit like this, and it comes in the kit, you're also getting, here you go, this as well. So you've got a ruler down one end, and then this allows you to count the number of stitches per centimetre. It's clever, isn't it? Clever little piece of kit. So that's all coming in the kit, plus 100 metres of each of the threads. And you've got a good variety of sort of everyday colours in there.
And that's a good price as well, isn't
it?
$19.95.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$19.95 gets you all of those threads. Now, 11 threads. Nice. And your natty unpicker.
Because you can pay anything. even like 175 upwards for button thread anyway.
Absolutely.
So that's a real good buy.
So all your basics, this is a great place to start. If you don't have any threads or if you need just to restock because you're starting again, or you just actually want a quality thread.
Yeah, it is quality.
1995 OEGQ 03, 1995, plus you get your whizzy unpicker.
That we're going to
We'll show that in a minute.
We're going to test later. Right then.
Right, let's do this elastic.
So now
then.
the elastic.
Oh, hang on, bits have come off the machine.
I've actually took that off the machine.
Good.
Sorry, because
no, don't apologise.
We want this. This is where these machines are wonderful, because when you're going round sleeves or anything smaller, you can just whip it off.
Well, this is the sleeve part of the machine,
This is the sleeve
isn't
part
it?
of the machine.
Poor floor manager Jay, when you ripped that off, he did look so worried because he thought you'd broken the machine. Bless him. It's fine, Jay. It's all good.
Now,
Nothing
also,
to see here. It's all safe.
what we want to choose here is a zigzag stitch.
Okay.
Now, because it stretches with the fabric zigzags.
Right.
They're very good to work with.
Yes.
A zigzag to help stretch the fabric.
Otherwise, you get that horrible moment where you've done a straight stitch and then you bend or something.
So what we're going to do here, we're going to go in about 1/8 of an inch.
Okay.
Okay. So if we starting
at a pin.
Starting at just before the pin, so I can whip it out as we do it. So thread in, needle in, couple of stitches forward and back again.
Okay, so that just holds everything in place. We don't want this unraveling.
So now we just do it, and we have to pull it.
Okay.
Between each.
So because you're pulling it between each pin, what this means, so you're using the tension of the foot on there, is that when the elastic stretches, your thread isn't going to snap.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, using the seam picker as an
No,
extra
I
hand.
use the seam ripper as an extra hand anyway, because what you can do, you can guide it more, and what you can do, where your fingers can't get in, your seam ripper can.
Right.
To hold it down.
If you need a seam ripper and you're not grabbing it as part of the kit with the Gutermann, then $2.95 gets you a seam ripper. It's soft grip, it's ergonomically wonderful. Doesn't have the...
bit of a tricky situation here, getting it in.
This is a nice little tip, because sometimes your fingers are just a bit bulky to get through.
That's it. So...
Nice.
I just do that because the other thing good about doing this is if you're doing a straight seam and for some reason your fabric puckers, you can uncrease it with a seam ripper.
Oh.
Because you can literally put the foot in, lift it up, and then force. If I just show you, if it's saying puckering there, you can literally go like that and push the fabric down.
So it really does. Hang on, can you just show that again? I'll just put that bit of fabric down there.
So what you do, if it's puckered, for example, you just push with the seam ripper. It passes the needle, and it does work. It's
top
really
tip.
good.
Janice's top tip. So how many years have you been making clothes?
30.
30 years?
Yeah.
That's a lot of clothes.
Well, what it was,
Oh, here come the stories.
Here comes the
I like
stories.
this. Everybody's got a story as to how they got sewing.
I'm an accountant by trade.
You're an accountant?
By trade.
Oh, gosh, right.
Yeah. And what happened, I used to work, when I was going to college, I used to work at the checkouts.
Right.
At Asda.
Right.
Not a plug.
Other retailers are available, but you were there,
And what happened was all the women in the canteen used to, on their lunch break, they used to sit there knitting. And I used to be thinking, I could be doing something like this. So I started knitting.
Right.
My mother was a dressmaker, always has been.
Right.
And she said to me when I'd started knitting, you can make clothes quicker than you can knit.
Oh.
So she said, why don't you have a go at sewing?
So was it just been that your mum had always made clothes?
So she then taught me how to sew. But I always had problems with facings. I could never get them. It's like the elastic here. I always get a bit, putting things on back to front, upside down.
Everybody has that thing,
facing,
though, don't they?
With me, it was facing.
For me, it's zips.
It's funny,
I have a thing about
I'm
zips.
okay with zips.
I've been very honest about that. I've got a thing about zips.
So And then what happened, I went to America.
Right.
And my cousin opened a shop there called Designer Minor Kids.
Designer what?
Designer Minor Kids, which was a children's clothing shop.
Right.
And she got me making clothes.
Oh.
Now, my cousin, she could, like your probably good self, could put colours together, but couldn't make nothing. And with me, I could make
You were the dream team.
So, yeah. So, what happened, I used to be making clothes and selling them in the shop for children.
Oh, amazing.
Because I had to then crack facings, and I did, and that was it then. There was no stopping me.
Brilliant.
And
I love everyone's stories.
That was in my 20s.
So how long did you spend out in America making clothes for your cousin's shop?
About 6 months. It was only 6 months because I missed my other half and I came home, and then I caught for Amy.
Oh.
So then I had my daughter.
Oh. So Amy's our floor manager. That's how we came to hear about you. We're like, get her on a show, quick. And not look back since.
No.
So Janice is with us today, making a gorgeous whizzy skirt. Whizzy because you can whiz around in it, but also whizzy because start to finish in an hour. Less than an hour because we've chatted a bit.
Yeah, we have.
And I've shown you a few fabrics and things like that. Oh, nice.
So that now is
Yay!
the skirt.
And look, the elastic's round the right way. Yes! Good job. So this is... I love this. Look how cute that is.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
And so it's naturally gathered, hasn't it? Just where it needs to.
It does, just naturally gathers.
So this is your diamond fabric, £6.45, VSA D76. Nice. I love it. Hey, what two different... There you go, you grab that one.
Different lengths, different skirts.
Yeah. Sisters.
Made in a few hours. Amazing.
Sisters, grandkids.
Yeah.
But absolutely gorgeous. Obviously then
Mother-daughter to match.
Nice.
Mother-daughter.
Hey, now, you know we were saying about layering these up?
Yeah.
If we pop that one over
Put
the
that
top
one
of
over
there,
the top because that one's smaller, isn't it? So
just to give you an idea, I mean, obviously... But look, there's no reason why you can't layer them up.
that's it.
So that then when you twirl...
You've got all the layers. So you can have a plain, you can have patterns, you can...
Nice.
You can even put lace. If you
lovely.
could do... If you went for a plainer skirt, you could put a lace on the bottom and have...
It's great, isn't it?
With it.
$6.45 for your diamonds, details on the screen there. And if you want the butterfly, details on the screen down there, $6.45. I'm going to take you across now.
So all we've got to do is the hem.
Oh, no, we're going to show you a mistake.
Oh, yes.
Oh, someone wants to see the mistake. We haven't made a mistake yet. Janice is a pro.
Hang on.
We're going to do a mistake on purpose.
That's it. Right, so if we do that...
Go on then. Mistake me up.
Because what I'll do, we'll do the mistake first.
Yep.
Then while you're talking, I'll compress the quarter,
Okay.
so I'll have to undo what we're doing now.
For anybody that's just tuned in going, what are they doing? Thought they were meant to be a professional channel making mistakes. What's going on? We're making a purposeful mistake because...
Oh, the machine's unthreaded.
Okay, the machine's unthreaded. That wasn't the mistake. We're about to make that. Because we've got, in our Gutterman thread pack, we've got this natty little piece of kit, which none of us had ever seen before. And when this rolled up into the studio, we're like, what's that beehive on the top there? So what it is it's a stitch ripper. But then when you undo the stitches and you get those annoying little bits, you just brush them away with that. So... that's part of, you might be thinking, $19.95, that's an expensive thread unpicker. No, you get the thread too. You get 11 threads and a measuring, thing, which I didn't put back properly. So you get all of this in there for $19.95, 100 metres on each of those threads. Are we ready to rip?
Right then.
These are all your basic colours. So in there,
So let's
if
see what
I'd have
you're doing.
wanted... I could have used white for in this fabric here. But you see, also, I could have picked up that purple, because you've got the purple in there as well.
Yeah.
And then you've got this grey, which is fabulous, because greys just disappear into everything.
They do.
These are your go-to. Black. These are all your sort of neutrals with a few extras thrown in.
They're all your basic colours, really.
Yeah.
That you can do with them.
What a great place to start. And then this natty piece of kit, which we're gonna have a go with now, aren't we?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on. Right.
So that normally goes on the back. So if we do that.
So we're just unpicking.
Nice. So then, what's this supposed?
It pulls them through, gets rid of them. Yeah, look, it pulls it out. It's great. So then you don't have to. Oh, that's great. I like that.
Hang on.
It's pulling them through.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's all right. Because I'm left-handed.
Ah.
I'm doing it the other way. These
okay.
things always. Then again, no, it should.
Yeah, look, it's pulling them out.
It is. It's pulling it through. That's it. Look. Yeah.
Nice.
That's it. Look.
It's pulled it all through.
It has. It's pulled the whole lot through.
So then underneath.
Let me get my hand out the way so that you can see.
It's coming through. Natty. That's great.
Yeah.
1995, OEGQ03 is your item number for that. We've got the threads. We've also got, of course, the thread holder. That's great. We'll keep that out so that you can see that all morning, because I think everybody...
And another tip.
Another tip?
If you haven't got one of these, another tip as well is if you do want to undo stitching quick, say you've gone all the way around there and you think, oh, I'll go undo it all. If you get the seam ripper, go every few stitches, right, quickly round, then go to the other side and pull it out, and it will just pull out.
Janice, thank you so much. We are out of time. I don't know where that hour went.
Just got to
literally running out. Thank you so much.
Lovely.
You hem, and we will see you in just one moment. Coming up next, organising our lives. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433. Email us at help@sewingquarter.com. Visit our Facebook page. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. The Sewing Quarter is a new inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! Join us this weekend where we'll be featuring classic pre-cuts from the Case Facet Collective at 9 AM and 11 AM.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800
112-4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. What are you up to this Tuesday morning? Hopefully with us for the whole morning. Now, this hour, we're organising ourselves and we're creating our own little organisers. So whether this is for your makeup, for your pens, for your makeup brushes, for those electronic gadgets and gizmos, we've got it covered. So here we go. Let me just show you this. It's a fold-out organiser where you've got elastic to hold things in place, but then over here you've got a handy little pocket to put whatever it is you need to, whether it's your headphones or your charger or whatever it is. So we're going to make this today. Now, we've got Dashwood fabric again for you this hour. We love Dashwood here. So Dashwood Studios, their head guy, David Sweet, likes to make sure that each of the designers really is given the recognition. He has great British designers, and he really does want to make sure that they get the recognition that they deserve. So on the salvage of your fabrics, you'll see the names. Now, this is Paper Meadows. Now, this designer lives in Dorset, but she went to New Zealand. Oh, look, you can see all the colours as well. So she went to New Zealand and found some vintage papers in a shop over there and created beautiful flowers out of these vintage papers. These then got translated into this beautiful Paper Meadow collection. So you can really see in here those vintage, that vintage paper heritage in here. Now, what we've done, well, what we had done for us, so Dashwood exclusively cut these into fat quarters for us, so that we've got an 8-piece fat quarter pack from this collection. Here we go, let's have a look. So all of these fat quarters coming to you today for £19.95. This is what it looks like. Obviously, we've opened it out and sewn it together. So here we go. But they will come to you like that. Possibly not thrown at you. 8 of these, all beautifully done up in a lovely ribbon. But there we go, that's how it comes to you, easy for storage, but undone, they look like this. So let's have a flick through and see what we're getting. So the colours, of course, because this is a collection, the colours go. So you'll see here, this beautiful coral is reflected in the leaves through there. I love this collection. And you get sort of the script in the background because it was obviously from these old papers. But then you get this blue. And you can see here the blue and the navy picked up. And then you've got that mustard that's in there. So all these colours work. So when you want that contrasting lining like we've got in this organiser bag, you've got it. You've got it there. Absolutely beautiful. Now, 100% cotton on this fabric, of course. Absolutely lovely. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is lovely. So if you want to work it with contrasting ones, then you absolutely can. But then you've got your dots in there as well. So all of these, all 8 of these coming to you today for £19.95 for your 100% cotton, beautiful Dashwood fabrics. I know a lot of you just absolutely love Dashwood and just have to have every collection as they come out. Here you're getting all 8 from the collection, a little taster, a smorgasbord of these fabrics for £19.95. And there are so many things you can make with a fat quarter. We're going to just practice with one. So I'm going to take this with me because we're making this today. Your code to get the fabric, FRAD93. We'll look at our plain colours later. Just bear in mind if you're buying, they are on the website as well. All these plains match, but we'll look at those later. Let's talk about this. Come with me, Victoria's here. Hey, Victoria.
Hello.
Now, first time on the channel. Welcome.
It is. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's nice to be here.
I love this. I love that we get brand new designers. Have you ever done telly like this before?
No, I haven't. No. It's a new thing.
Well, it's a lovely thing. It's really nice because it just means that your ideas, your inspiration can just get to so many more people.
Oh, I know, it's great. And if you can get more people sewing, that's wonderful.
It's got to be a good thing, hasn't it?
It is a good thing.
Now, you've been sewing a little while, haven't you?
Yes, I have from my late teens.
Excellent.
My mum taught me to sew, and I
Good
just
old mum.
went from there.
Excellent. And what's your favourite type of thing to sew?
I like sewing clothing. I like sewing for my girls. I like sewing bags, quilting, patchwork, whatever.
Everything.
I don't mind. Just everything. Absolutely everything.
Multi-purpose sewer.
I am a multi-purpose sewer.
Excellent. Now, your girls are in Spain on holiday because it's
They
half
are
term.
on holiday in
Are they
Spain.
watching?
They are watching, yes. Hi, girls.
Hello. Now, we basically gave you the fabrics and said, organise us.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and there's such a lovely range of fabrics. And the nice thing about projects like this is that you can use more than one print. So in this
With
project...
confidence.
Yes, because the manufacturers have designed, or the designer has made a collection specifically that go together.
And
so
then the colours work.
It's taken all the hard work out for you.
Nice.
The joy of fat quarter bundles.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fab.
I remember when I first came across a fat quarter bundle and it was almost like a, I know. It works.
Once you figured out what a fat quarter is,
yes,
then you're away.
Do you know what? That's a very good point. We have said about fat quarters, basically, when you get a roll of fabric, goes from salvage to salvage.
Yes.
So if you imagine that and then a metre length of it cut into quarters.
Like a window pane.
Yeah. One of those is a fat quarter.
Yeah, a good usable size, as in the samples that you showed us a minute ago. It's a really good usable shape.
You can make cushions, you can make bags, you can make things like this out of it. All sorts of goodies can be made out of a fat quarter bundle. That's why there are loads of books out there just focusing on all the different things you can make with fat quarters, which always makes me laugh. Did you ever watch The Big Bang Theory when it's Fun with Flags?
Yes, I love
There's
that
a book
programme.
out there called Fun with Fat Quarters.
Oh,
which
is there?
Yes, there is,
Oh, I'm
which
gonna have to
always
find
makes me
that
giggle.
book.
Anyway, today we're making an organiser. Now, this could be for your electrics. Was that your brief?
Yes, it was. It's actually using a pattern that Sam Claridge designed,
Sammy,
one of
yes,
our
our
other
Sammy.
designers. It's one of hers. I've adapted it a little bit, but yes, she's designed it to hold your cables and whatever you might want to take away with you that you don't want to just have rattling around in the bottom of your bag.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, sometimes, and if you're flying or anything like that, you might want to put your phone and all your phone accoutrements, all
cables and headphones.
Yeah, all in one, because sometimes, you know, you don't actually want to have that with you when you fly, but you want to have it in your bag, and you want it to be protected and all in one place.
And attractive.
Yes. Yes.
Look stylish at the same time.
Great gift.
Yes, and because it doesn't use a lot of fabric, it is something that is easy to give to people. It's quick to make, and it's a good gift.
So at the airport, when they say, can you get all your electrics out? Who else has to rummage through their bag for half an hour to find all the little bits and pieces? It's all in one place. You just pop that in the little thing, and it goes through the scanner. Job done.
Job done indeed.
Job done. So now that we've organised your travelling life, let's see how we're making this.
OK, so I've chosen 3 prints. I've chosen 3 different prints to the sample, just to show everyone at home all the different prints within the range.
Yes.
So we have, we've got the main fabric for the outside, we have a lining, we have a pocket, and we have a little flap for the top of the pocket.
All from the fat quarter bundle?
All from the fat quarter bundle. And I've also cut some wadding as well. The main pieces here are 8 inches by 16 inches. We've got a pocket that is 8 inches wide by, let me remind myself, 4.5 inches deep. And then the flap for the pocket is 3 3/4 inches deep, again by the 8 inches
by the
wide.
8, right.
I've also cut a couple of pieces of elastic as well. The elastic are 12 inches each in length.
Now, we had inch elastic on the earlier show, which will be perfect for this. So have a look on the website. All the items that we've had on the shows today will be under there. Just click on the elastic and add it into your bag.
Lovely. OK, so starting out, I am going to sew on the elastic first.
Oh, really? That's where we start?
Yes, because that sort of gets hidden by part of the pocket.
Oh.
So we're just going to position. I've pre-marked on some lines here where I would like to sew the elastic down. This is entirely up to you where you would like it,
Is
depending
this
on
your
what you're planning on
preference?
putting on.
So if you've got a whopping great big phone, you do it bigger. If you've got a smaller one,
You'd make it a little bit smaller. And
Okay.
I've done a little pocket just on the end if you wanted to slide a pen in. So
or
I've done them.
your stylus.
Oh, your stylus.
You see, my mother-in-law, she always has these perfect long nails, but it means that she can't do the touch screen on her phone.
I know, it's really annoying.
So
And when
she
you
always
see
does that.
people typing like this with their thumbs, I can't do that because my
So-
nails are always too long.
Are we going to see this?
No, these I've done with a marker pen that disappears.
The fabric vanishing pen. We like that. Oh, look, it's on the screen. Look, my producer's well ahead of me. £3.45. She's on it today. QKGQ37. That's your air erasable fine tip.
Always worth testing these things first.
Right.
Because, especially with the air erasable ones, you need to know how long it's going to take to disappear.
Yeah, don't go and have a cup of tea and then come back and it's gone and you have to do it all over again.
And I have known people use it for quilting and they've started here, drawn this very intricate thing, and by the time they've got to here, it's all disappeared. So test it on your fabric.
Yeah, this one is not. This one doesn't disappear too quickly, so you're all right.
So
but it
we're
does.
all right.
We've had this, and it started to fade by the end of the show.
That's not too bad.
So that's all right.
Yes, that's not too bad at all. The elastic, what I've done with the elastic is I've cut the ends of the elastic with pinking shears.
Right.
Just to stop them fraying.
Right.
Because elastic does have a tendency to undo itself.
Pinking shears. Where would we be without these gadgets? We've got these on the show for you today as well. These are lovely, easy ones to use. They've got a great meaty clunk to them. They cut right through. Absolute treat. Look at that. Really lovely. So right from there all the way through, cuts all in one continuous snip. It's great. £14.95 LYGQ40. I have finally treated myself to a new pair, having been using my grandmother's that are,
blunt.
50 odd years old. Yeah.
They are useful. They're good for finishing off seams if you're in a hurry and making decorative edges on things.
Absolutely. So
very
her
handy.
old ones have now gone into my son's sort of creative whatever, so that he can do his paper cutting.
Yes,
with those.
still sharp enough for paper.
And then I can use these for dressmaking. Perfect.
Wonderful.
So are you putting any tension with this elastic?
No, I'm not stretching the elastic. I'm
so
just
that's
having
going to
it.
be purely for whatever you decide to put in there.
Yes, so it will hug round the top of whatever you're putting in.
I would like to adapt this for my makeup brushes.
Then you would probably just sew these lines. I'm only sewing 4 lines. I'd do them closer together.
Many, many years ago, I started out as a 4-year-old making lace.
Oh, at 4?
At 4, yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah. Our primary school teacher, my first ever primary school teacher, Mrs. Richards, taught us. She had a lace making club, so as a 4-year-old, I joined the lace making club, and I had something very similar to this with all my little bobbins in.
Oh, I love a bit of storage.
Yeah. So perfect for your sewing storage as well. Nice.
Just need to sew a range of these lines.
How much of the fat quarters did you use? I mean, this is that's not even like half a fat quarter.
No,
is it
it's
there?
not. You can get a fair few out. Lots of Christmas gifts if you're planning ahead. You can.
You're organised.
No, I'm not organised. I just like to pretend I'm organised.
Easter gifts. Mother's Day gift.
Yes, Mother's Day. Let's go Mother's Day.
Yes.
I'm not sure I've given Easter gifts.
Wow. You see, we have to scrape our child off the ceiling if he has too much sugar. So we're always looking for other alternative gifts. So as you're sewing here,
I'm just doing a little back stitch over the edge of the elastic onto the fabric underneath.
okay. So forward a bit and then back a bit.
Back a bit. And then over the edge and forward and back a bit.
Okay. And repeat.
And repeat.
So whilst you repeat, I'm going to look at the fat quarters here. We're thinking makeup brush holder. We're thinking marker pens.
Yes.
All your different. I'm a stationery girl. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
I've got
so
a lot of
am I.
pens, and I love them. Watercolour brush holder. Nice. Pencils. Whatever it is that you want to be storing. Lots of different gadgets and gizmos, quite frankly, require storage. Oh, that's the material that we've got that we're using. That's what we're sewing on at the moment. But you see, then look, you've got in that peachy colour and that coral. Nice, they work nicely together, don't they? This is the joy of a collection. The colours work, the colours go. You can mix and match these, have one for your lining, one for the outside, different one for the pocket. It doesn't matter. And if you're making for, because you've got 2 girls?
Yes, I do have 2 girls.
6 and 8?
6 and 8.
Hey.
And they like the same, but different. So
but this is perfect then, isn't it? So you can do kind of the reverse. Nice.
Then you know whose is whose.
Yeah, no arguments.
Helps with arguments. Not that they argue, of
no,
course.
ain't angelic.
Absolutely.
That's right, isn't it? Who's looking after them in Spain?
My husband's there with them, and Granny's there.
Excellent.
And GD is there.
So we will be getting a written report on exactly how angelic. No, you see, you could have sent them with all their things organised in here.
I could have done, yes, but then I would have turned up empty-handed today, so...
OK, yeah. What about little pockets? You've got...
You could make that pocket bigger. I've made it that size because we're folding this in 3, so the pocket is that size, but you could...
So you could have folded it in half.
You could, or you could even
just
put in a second pocket, so you could have in this second
pockets,
section...
That's a bit exciting.
Multiple pockets, and then this section could be smaller with less elastic. It's entirely up to you. Once you've got the basis of the pattern...
This is brilliant. So everything in your life is going to be...
super organised.
Now, you see, you can fold this. We've done this so that you can fold it like that. But there's no reason why you can't... Because I used to roll my bobbins. And you could do it as a roll and then fix it.
Yes. Yeah, you could.
Nice. So, all the elastic is sewn in place.
So the elastic is now sewn in place. So what we'll do now
with
is...
an air erasable pen.
Prepare the pocket. I've used these really long pins. These are lovely pins. Oh, no, that's not the lid.
The glass-headed ones.
The glass-headed quilter's pins. I find them a bit easier for projects like this because they are a little bit longer and it's just easier to get through all the layers.
So you can get in and out and in and out again if you wish.
Without making everything too bockledy-bobbly.
They're good length, aren't they?
Yeah, they are a nice length.
0.7 of a centimetre. 70 mil.
They're nice. I like them.
7 mil, rather. Not 70 mil, it'd be 7 centimetres. Hello. Now what you doing?
Just making things look a bit nice and neat.
Snipping?
We don't like messiness. But you can, of course, leave this till the end.
Are you someone that tidies as you go?
Am I talking to you as a nice person, or am I talking to the readers at home, to the listeners at home?
Either, honestly.
Honestly, I'm a very neat sewer, but I must admit the ends normally get left till the end.
That's all right. It doesn't matter, does it?
No. Too exciting.
It's like washing up. Do you wash up as you go, or do you just leave it all to the end?
Leave it all.
No, you see, I wash up as I go. Otherwise, there's not enough room, especially if my husband's cooking.
Well,
he has to use every pan.
My dad's like that.
Everything. Everything.
Right.
Amazing.
So the
what
pocket.
are we doing now?
What I've done on the pocket is I've just turned over a little hem on this side just to make it nice and neat.
If you think that you are going to have to put this through the wash at any stage, pinking shear that
Yes,
edge.
you would pink that edge, certainly, because all the other edges will be encased.
Yes.
But that one is left a little bit raw. If you wanted to, you could do a double hem.
Right.
So you just take this hem that we've done once, and then you just turn it under on itself and make a really little hem.
Hopefully you won't have to wash it.
Hopefully you won't have to wash it unless you're a really mucky.
But I've got a 3-year-old.
Well, yes.
So therefore everything in my
wash a
life
lot.
has to be washable. It's amazing what they can get where. He's just started wanting sauce with everything.
Sauce.
Which means that everything needs washing.
I do not miss that phase.
No. But this fabric, of course, entirely washable.
Oh, and it's really lovely quality fabric as well. It's a good, stable fabric. It's lovely to sew with.
Do you know what? That's something that we've never really discussed, the stability of fabric. But you're right, because it's so beautifully woven together, it does have that stability going on there. It's a lovely weight fabric.
And the weave is nice and close together. You can buy some inexpensive fat quarters and you think, wow, that's a real bargain. But actually, it's not worth it because the weave is really open and they don't wash very nicely. So it's worth
this
buying
one.
a good
Yeah,
quality.
make that investment. This means that you can wash it, it can wear well. Dashwood fabrics, we had Dashwood in the last show, we made skirts. There's nothing to
I
say
saw
that
the skirts.
you can't use this fabric for all sorts of things. So whether you're doing home decor, whether you're making cushions, whether you're making like these handy pouches, whatever you want to do, this cotton works, and that's a treat. So you know that you're buying with confidence, an absolute quality fabric. I know that some people buy Dashwood ranges before they've even seen them. They just know that it's out and the order goes in.
And you know what you're
That's
buying.
how much Dashwood is absolutely loved, because you know, and you don't repeat if it's something that you've used and not loved.
Absolutely.
So the fact that we know a lot of you repeat buy with this tells us an absolute lot. What's happening here?
Right, so what I've done here is I've taken the flap. I put a little flap on the top of this pocket just so that if you've got something loose and on the slightly smaller side, it won't fall out.
Without having to put a zip in.
Yes.
Nice.
Because not everybody likes zips.
Me, I don't.
No, they're not always great. Once you've got the right techniques, they are okay to put in, but a
Still
lot of
learning.
people really don't like zips and they're just not confident putting them in. So I've gone for a flap.
Okay.
I've put this smaller rectangle with right sides together. I'm just going to sew a 3/8 of an inch seam along there.
Easy, easy peasy.
Easy. Once you know how, easy.
Now, will you have to turn this through the right way?
We will turn it through the right way.
Have we got the bodkin?
Oh, we don't need a bodkin today. But you're more than welcome to show me your bodkin.
No, well, we had the bodkin on the earlier outfit. Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't.
Oh, I just sewed right next to a pin. I didn't go over it, though, I promise.
That's all right. Do you know, we have great debates about pins. It's the great pinning debate that we have. Is it okay to pin and go over pins or not?
I teach sewing and I tend to tell people not to go over them because you can bend your pins, which is really annoying if you bought some really lovely pins like this.
Yeah.
And you can also damage the needle on your machine and you'll end up with a bent needle. And if the needle is going into your machine and it's bent, it can cause problems with the functionality of the machine. It could damage another part and it's best not to do it. Worst case is you might break your pin in half and you'll get bits of pin flying everywhere. We don't want that either.
We've got a question for you.
Oh, do we?
Yes.
Hello.
Would this work? Oh, larger scale for storing knitting needles.
Oh, yes, you could. You could make this longer. Well, you could make it wider as well, but you could certainly make it longer.
So you could use the whole fat quarter and not even cut
Although
it?
that might be a little on the large side.
Oh, shall I go and grab?
Yes,
Let me
grab
go and
a
grab
fat
the open
quarter. I'll
ones.
just iron this whilst you've gone that way.
So hang on, how long's a knitting needle?
About, she says, having not knitted for some time, about...
We had a knitting needle that we were using to poke things out with. I wonder where that's gone.
That size?
Yeah, so actually, you could.
Yeah, with the seam allowances.
With your seam allowances and then your elastic. Yeah, knitting needles.
What I'd be tempted to do is to put a little pocket along the bottom if you were doing that, and then your needles aren't going to go sliding out the bottom.
And also,
you pick it up and
it's extra protection so that they doesn't poke through.
Yeah, so you don't damage the ends of your needles either.
So you can still use this fat quarter bundle. Maybe you want to then use like that one to do the nice little sort of pockety thing to...
Yes, that's nice because it's in these leaves.
Oh,
good matching.
Hang on, let me just have a little flick through so that whilst we're here, sorry, I know that we're raring to go, but let me just show you these fat quarters because they really are gorgeous. So there's that one, this one, and then that one. You've got 8 different fat quarters in here. Beautiful. Or Victoria's used all of these.
Oh, I didn't use that one actually. There were 2 I didn't use. There was that one and another one of the light coloured ones.
So we've got lots left over.
Oh, there's plenty.
Yay! Pin cushions and things.
All sorts. Right, so magically I've just turned that through whilst you've been talking. I'm just going to borrow the iron again, if you don't mind.
Oh, right,
yes,
sure.
just iron that with the seam on the outside edge.
Okay. So seam on the outside edge. Okay. Is that okay?
Lovely.
You sure?
Yep. Wonderful. Then I'm just going to place that just over the top of the pocket.
Ah.
Just a little bit, about halfway across the top. And then
So we're making
the
this
top
bit?
edge, yes. And the top edge here, we're placing over the top of the elastic.
So the raw end of that elastic is then covered.
Yep, that will then be hidden and secured
Nice.
by the top of the flap of the pocket.
So what sort of sewing do you teach?
I teach anything from someone who's never touched a sewing machine before,
Right.
through to people who just want to build some skills and people that don't like sewing on their own. Because some people are just really social. And
Yeah.
you know, sewing, sitting at home on your own is a bit dull.
Well, that's where you can have us on, you see.
Oh,
And that's the
yes.
nice thing.
Friends in the background.
Yeah, no, I think so. But I think also it's nice to just double check on things, isn't it? You know, if you're making this for the first time, just double check. Am I doing this right? Is this, rather than reading off a pattern,
Yes.
I always like to be shown.
Yes, it makes a massive difference, particularly with some sewing patterns. Modern sewing patterns from independent designers, they are much more tutorial based and they help you along
Yeah,
the way an
yeah.
awful lot more. Whereas your old-fashioned patterns are a bit, sew this to this, and you sit there and you think,
Which bit?
how on earth am I supposed to do
Well, what
that?
I
So
like
being
about-
with someone makes a real difference.
And you can, I should explain about how you can repeat. So you might have been watching today and going, well, yeah, but I didn't quite catch those numbers that Victoria gave me. That's absolutely fine. Our shows repeat on our website, sewingquarter.com, throughout the rest of the day. And they also go on YouTube, so you can fast forward and rewind to get to the bits that
fab.
you need to get to.
Yeah,
so
that's
we
handy.
listened to you, you asked for it, so we've all put them up on YouTube as well, so you can watch them whenever you like.
Lovely.
That's how you do that. So then you can always go and just get those measurements off the show again.
Wonderful. How did we cope beforehand?
We didn't. Books, reading, what?
Good grief. Okay, so we're just going to sew the top of the pocket. I am lining up the edge of the pocket with the edge of the foot on the
Right.
sewing machine. Just
I would never have put all of these different patterns together, all of these different prints together, but I love how they work.
no, if you're standing in a shop, you wouldn't necessarily pick them, but actually things like this with the mustardy colour, mustardy orange.
Mustard with coral,
I know you just wouldn't think it would.
but it
you?
works.
But that's why we're not fabric designers, I
Yeah,
guess.
absolutely. Christine from Durham, she's got in touch.
Hi, Christine.
Oh, she said her friends made her to make a case or two of colouring pens for friends.
Oh, yes, that would be nice as well.
Perfect.
And you
Lovely
could put,
gift.
Yes, and you could put a pencil sharpener or something in the little pocket.
And an eraser.
Oh,
Nice.
yes.
Send your kids off to school with something that they're not going to lose. You could even embroider their name on it. And they
you
really
could.
can't lose it. Not that, you know,
Children
living
lose things.
No,
They never lose things. Okay, so
That's a lie.
it is a lie.
I would just like to state.
Oh dear. Right, so we've now done what we need to do for this part. We have the pocket ready to go.
So we haven't.
Not yet.
Has this been sewn on at all?
No,
it hasn't.
I've
Has it? It's just placed.
I've just placed that there so we know where to place this flap.
Right,
Just to
okay.
make sure that it is covering.
Right,
Oh,
I see.
sorry.
No,
So
that's
that we're not covering the top of this pocket.
Ah,
You know, we're not
okay.
sewing it too
Yes.
far. What we do need to do is I've used a wadding on here, a polyester wadding.
We've got
that
wadding on the show.
We do indeed.
Yeah.
I've used wadding. You could, if you prefer, you could use a fusible fleece,
Right.
which is a thinner product that you adhere to the fabric
With an iron.
with an iron, and depending on this one, I think is a flyceline.
Yes.
Flyceline?
I can't
say
yeah.
it. You use with a damp pressing cloth.
Right.
And by damp, it really is damp. I take my pressing cloth, stick it under the tap, get it absolutely soaking wet, wring it out, get as much moisture out as I can, and then use that over the top
Oh, really?
to press. And you press and hold, wait, press and hold, wait.
Okay.
You don't iron it on, and it's not a quick thing. It is a take your time.
And that's what you use with this?
No,
not
so
with this one.
that I've used on a different project, but you could certainly use that in this instance. But for
Okay.
this one, I wanted a slightly puffier look,
Nice.
slightly more padded, softer look.
Well, if you're putting your electrics in, you want a bit of extra
yeah,
padding
a bit of
in.
extra padding.
Wadding is on the, it's down the bottom. £2.95, is that all?
And
for a metre?
And it feels like
That's
you get
a
a lot.
lot.
Big bag.
Well, that's a metre.
Yeah.
That's more than enough for this and an awful
is.
lot more.
Yes, so if you are making them as gifts, you'll have plenty in there.
That suddenly makes gifting very affordable, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Me using fat quarters is a good way of making less expensive gifts.
So your fat quarter, for 8 of those, £19.95. So just over £2 a fat quarter.
It's not bad. That's a really good price, actually.
Yeah.
When you work it out per fat quarter, because quite frequently in the shops you'll be paying anywhere from £2.50 for a relatively decent upwards.
Well, that's the thing, and you know that this is great quality, 100% cotton. We've already talked about how stable and wonderfully stable this fabric is. The weave isn't sort of open so that it's wobbly. It's really nicely, tightly woven, so you know that it's going to be durable. It's going to be easy for you to use as well. I think this is the mistake that a lot of people, and certainly I made when I started off. I thought, because I'm likely to go wrong because I'm learning, I'll use a less expensive fabric. But the thing is that using a less expensive fabric often means you have a more open weave, which then means that the finish isn't as good. It's harder to work with. It's a false economy.
Yes, and you want to be pleased, especially as a beginner. You want to feel that sense of achievement that you've actually made something and it's okay to show other people.
The thing is, yeah, absolutely. And as a beginner, having 8 fat quarters, that's a lot of fabric. That's 2 meters of fabric. And in brilliant, vivid designs. Treat yourself, you know, actually make something that you want to use. Make something, and with material that you want to own, that gets you excited. I think that's the key. Get the material that really talks to you, that really excites you. I know Jennifer Taylor, one of our other guests, she goes crazy for anything mustard.
Oh, does she?
Oh, she loves this one because it's just got that mustard through. But you see, I love the fact it goes really well with navy.
Yes, it does. It's a nice accent, and that's where they've used it on here as well. It's just such a lovely accent.
What are we doing?
I'm attaching the wadding to the outside fabric.
Okay, so pinned and then sewn.
Yes, I've just pinned it, just because the wadding likes to stretch a little bit and likes to move out of place.
Cheeky wadding.
So just attach the two to each other. I'm doing it about an eighth of an inch from the outside.
Okay. Those pins are coming in really handy, aren't they?
Oh,
those
they're lovely.
glass-headed pins.
Yep. Very helpful.
I love that your nails also coordinate with the fabric.
I cannot guarantee that will happen every time.
But for day one.
But for today,
yes,
we're going to match.
Yay, nice one.
Oh, dear.
I just noticed that and thought, I like that.
That
I
really
like
wasn't
that.
intentional, I promise.
Hey, look, you could get away with it and say yes.
Yes, it was.
I plan to coordinate with my fabric entirely.
Yeah.
Now, you're with us for 2 hours today, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm back at 11 o'clock.
What are we making?
We are making a case for over-ear headphones. You know, the big headphones.
Oh, those big ones.
The really big ones. Making a case for those, which is also multi-purpose. You can use it for all sorts of things.
I like this multi-purpose storage style thing. I think that if you are a grandparent, and my husband and I always joke that we're not down with the kids. So every time
It's a terrible realisation, isn't
yeah. No longer trendy, not down with the kids. So when it comes down to thinking of gifts for his teenage niece,
it's really hard.
it's really hard. So that's why we've brought you things like the headphones, because I know that our nieces, they've got all these things.
Oh, they do.
So there's no point in buying those things because they've already got them. So why not send them in with something handmade,
practical,
nice?
Yeah. Yes, I've got a teenage niece and nephew, and they're very hard to buy for. And this is one of those things that would be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. Now, someone asking about this. Oh, nice. Who is it that's asking? Marie says that she wants to get this for Mother's Day. Can we give the details again? So this is your A to Z of sewing. Have you flicked through this?
No, I haven't, but I will do in the break.
Oh, you're going to love it. So in it, it holds your hand from the very beginning. So whether you are brand new and don't know one end of the sewing machine to another, it tells you. If you're a little bit more advanced, you're into your interlocker. You've got your interlocker there. You've also got all your feet. So when people say, use an overlocking foot or a roll hem foot or this foot or that foot, it's all sorted. You've got your twin needles. You've got it just demystifies everything. All your symbols, all your hieroglyphics, as we like to call them.
And it is tricky when you first start to learn to sew. All the symbols, it's just so hard to understand exactly what they mean.
Yeah. All your prep. Now, you see, the prep bit, that's not my favourite bit. I want to get on to the good stuff. And it is literally A to Z. We're starting off with your applique, and then your machine applique. all different types of armholds, belts, belt keepers. It's all in here. Binding. Look at the binding. And now you see, look, this is... Jennifer Taylor touched on this the other day when we did binding, how to join your binding so that you've got one...
I'll be doing that later on.
Oh, even better.
Yeah,
Because
so
I
we can
don't
show
think things
everyone.
like that you can see enough.
No, it's some of those techniques I find myself looking up. No matter how many times I've done them, it just won't stick in my head. So it's good to have a really good resource.
That's lovely to hear from a pro like you, because, you know, sometimes if it's something that you're not doing every day, you just forget about it. So you've got your roll hem, you've got all sorts in here. Stitching, breaking down your hand stitching for you, curved edges, hems, all those sorts of things, all sorts of hems in there. Someone looking very happy there with whatever's been made. Lining, facing linings, things like that. Oh, look, you see, I wouldn't have understood that. Nice to have the pictures. You will always have this as a reference, as a guide. It's always going to be in there. Something like this doesn't go out of fashion. How to do a sleeve doesn't go out of fashion, does it?
Sleeves don't change.
No, they don't. So you could be sewing years. Do you know, so many of you message in saying, I'm just getting, the kids have left home, just getting into sewing again. I've forgotten. It's lovely that you remind me. This is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one, your A to Z of sewing, £12.95, FQSP 42. I like. By Country Bumpkin. I don't think that's their real name.
Is it not?
I don't know. I don't know. What would happen? Did you have the surname Bumpkin and then you'd just have to call your child Country?
Country.
I don't know. Anyway, as we were, so we've stitched all the way around the wadding.
Right, yes, just to keep that in place. Now we're going to stitch, position the lining and the exterior right sides together. So have them facing each other. So just pop that on top.
Does this mean we can't stitch all the way around?
No, we're going to leave a little gap, and I'm leaving the little gap next to the pocket.
Okay.
On the pocket side, so that when you fold it, if your hand stitching is not super neat, it will actually get hidden when you close the case.
Oh,
so always
I
think
like
about
that.
where, if you need to turn something through and hand stitch, think about where that's going to be.
Okay.
The position where you're at least going to tell the difference.
So when you pin this together, right sides together, presumably we're then going to sew it together?
Yes, we're then going to sew around the outside with a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance.
So the 3/8 of an inch seam allowance will mean that the previous seam that you sewed there will be hidden. You won't see it.
Yes, so this bit of back stitching I've done here will end up being hidden in the next seam, and these raw edges will go, and the raw edges here will
But then
will
also
go.
this that you did,
Yes.
that will also be hidden as well.
disappear.
That's good.
And I'm just pinning the edge of the flap and the edge of the pocket just to make sure that they don't move.
They don't ruck.
When we
I've had
go
that
round.
happen before.
I
So
know, it's
annoying.
really,
and you soon
really
learn to
annoying.
pin in the
Yes.
vital places.
Yes, the important places. Some people are a bit braver than I am and don't pin and just go for it, but I'm a pinner kind of person. Pin or sewing clips. I'm a convert to sewing clips.
Love a sewing clip.
They're
We always
fabulous.
have those on the show. We regularly have those on the show. They're on the website, Wonder Clips. Wouldn't do without them.
Yeah, so some people think that they're just for quilters, but they're really not. I use them in all sorts of places in dressmaking.
I've also used them just to clip my hair out the way, to be fair. They're
No, I've not
convenient.
done that. That's
no, but it's
a good
great.
idea.
I have to ask, okay, because I'm never too sure, with a wadding like this, do I sew that face up or face down?
Well, I am going to sew face up.
Right.
I always just think that if you sew face down, the little teeth on...
Oh, the feed dog?
Yes, I think that they can get a little bit caught in the wadding.
Okay.
Not always, depends on your presser foot and the pressure and how aggressive your feed dogs are.
Aggressive feed
Aggressive
dogs. I love that image. Do you know, I love the names in sewing, especially quilting as well. But even just to know that on my sewing machine I have feed dogs. Is fabulous. Now, so this is all pinned,
Yes.
ready to sew.
Yes. This
How
is
do you
pinned.
know when not to stitch?
Because I'm just going to turn a pin around to remind myself. I'm going to put 2 pins in the opposite way round.
Right.
So all my pin heads are in the middle.
So you give yourself a code.
Yes.
Okay.
Just going to leave a gap of probably a couple of inches.
Is that going to be just a straight stitch all the way around?
Yes, I'm doing a straight stitch all the way around, pivoting in the corners.
Where do you start from? Is there a particular place to start
I'm going to
from?
start, just going to take that little bit of wadding off because it is in the way. I'm going to start at one of these pins and do a back stitch so that when you turn it through to the other side, the stitching doesn't all unravel.
Okay. I'm going to leave you to do that.
Of course.
And go and have a look at the fabric.
Lovely.
Come with me. Now, let me talk you through the fat quarters first. They come like this, absolutely beautiful. So this is how they come to you, even with a gorgeous ribbon as well. Dashwood Studios here, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. Now, they've cut these exclusively for us, which means we didn't have to, which is really lovely of them. So here we go. These are your 8 different designs. And as you'll see these colours all working beautifully together. This is the fabric that Victoria has used for us today. Victoria's first time on the show. Welcome, Victoria. And you can just see how these colours just work. You've got the navies, corals, mustards, all sorts coming through in here that I wouldn't have been brave enough to put together, but they work. When I see them, they work. And I love that. So we're making a travel organiser, but you know what? Could be makeup brushes, could be pencil case, could be knitting, could be any of the above, or whatever it is that you need to store. You know what you need to store. Look at those fabrics. Look at those all together. 8 fat quarters here out of your Paper Meadow range. Gorgeous, $19.95. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes you might just want to go for a plain lining. Maybe you're making it back. Maybe you want to make these fat quarters go even further. So maybe you wanted to do the lining just in a plain fabric. We have on our website over, I think it's 60 different plain colours, all from the manufacturer Makawa, 100% cotton again. Now, I realise that on the website it might be difficult for you to colour match, so we've done that for you and brought them onto the show. So, if you want to go for a navy that's going to match, we've got this dark blue for you here. So the colour matched is there for you. So the Dashwood details are down the bottom of the screen, but this dark blue here, £3.25 for a ½ metre. So that's like 2 fat quarters for £3.25. Now maybe you want vanilla. Woohoo! We've got that for you as well, which means that maybe you want to work it in a contrast with that. Or you want to do a cushion and you just want to have this on the front and then just have a plain back. Then we've got that for you. That's vanilla. And that's $3.25. TKMY 59. There we go. That's the vanilla. But you see, that would be quite hard to match because whites and creams, they're all a little bit different. But this one works really, really well. We've got the coral as well. We've found you a beautiful one that works. Let me spread these out. And again, for ½ metre, we're talking here. That's 2 fat quarters worth for £3.25. So if I just look at those. So it's all working beautifully. So maybe it's the coral that you want to work with. Absolutely fine. There we go. And your code for that, HFMY54. If you miss the code, don't worry. Just ring up our team and they'll help you. It's a free phone UK number. Now, here we go. This is your cornflower. But look, it just works. There we go. So that's your cornflower. Now, maybe you're making for a gentleman and you just wanted to work with maybe just the dark blue and the cornflower. That would work too. $3.25 for your solids there today. From Makawa, a lovely thick cotton here. Again, these work so well together. We've bringing you similar weight cottons so that you can mix and match them. Or maybe you're quilting. Maybe you're quilting with your fat quarters and you want to make it go even further and you want to throw some planes through there so that you get, and then it really makes those patterns pop. Whatever you're doing. Message us and let us know what you're going to be doing when you get yours. I've left Victoria alone too long.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm a big, brave girl.
Oh, no, we're not. We've got a question about the spool rack, so I'm not going anywhere yet. I want to show you the spool rack. Here we go. We've seen this a lot. I think this is fabulous because storage is always an issue. And here we go. So you've got these. And then it's tiered. It's easy just to have in the corner of your workroom. You can always go to them. You always know where they are. Maybe you want to have sort of 2 lines of your spools and then put your bobbins along as well. However you want to do it. It's entirely up to you. This is about organisation. This is about having them ready and vivid and good to go. A lot of you spotted these as our set dressing and been asking where to get them from. So 60 spools. Obviously, without the spools, you've got to provide your own. So for the rack itself, £19.95. Fab. MBGQ43 for your spool rack. They look amazing. I love that. It's just so colourful. And then you can really see. Maybe, would you organise them by colour or by thread weight?
Colour.
Colour.
Definitely by colour for me.
Right. I'm going back over there to see what Victoria's doing. I've left you on your own, Victoria.
Welcome back.
How rude.
Right.
These are the fat quarters that we're using. That's the bundle that you're getting. And Victoria's made a beautiful little travel bag.
So what I've done is I've sewn all the way around the edges with that 3/8 of an inch seam allowance.
Right, yes.
And I've just trimmed the corners. You can see all the corners left here. I've just used a rotary cutter just to cut off the corners to make it easier to poke it through.
Because otherwise... mitering edges, is that right?
No, mitering's more when you're attaching binding on the outside.
Right.
Of a quilt or something. This is just about reducing the bulk.
Okay.
So you know when you're cutting a rounded neckline
on
something, you notch the edges just to try and ease it out, or you'll trim the seam allowance. It just reduces the bulk in the corner, because if we'd left all that in there, this corner would be really bulky and horrid.
It would be a curve instead, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be horrid.
Excellent.
So I've just trimmed those, turned it through, and you can poke out the corners very carefully with the end of a knitting needle or whatever, pencil or whatever, just to poke into those corners. So that's the case.
Right.
Almost done. It needs a good press. You'll need to just... Oh, yes, let's give it a press. Then you'll need to just hand sew this little edge closed.
Right.
Let's give it a press first, because everything always looks nicer once you've pressed it.
Which way would you want me to press it from?
Let's press it from the other side, because that's the side you're probably going to see more often. If that makes sense, once it's folded.
This has become my job.
Has it?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Chief Pressing person.
I hate ironing.
I do as well.
But the only things that ever get ironed in our house is projects like this.
They don't tell you when you learn to sew.
Bedding.
Bedding.
Because that's a treat.
Bedding. Yeah,
nice fresh sheets. No, they don't tell you, do they?
Yeah, you're going to spend almost as much time at your ironing table as you will do.
But it's more satisfying because then when you do iron, it does make, so if you make sure that that's pressed so that when you do your hand stitching, your slip stitch or your ladder stitch or whatever it is that you want to call it, it just means it's so much easier to do. Yeah.
And then it looks so much smarter. You can tell when someone's constructed something and they've pressed it as they've gone along, and someone that hasn't.
Whereas if you're doing your ironing and it's just going in the wardrobe, there's no instant gratification, is there? So let's have a look. What are we doing?
Okay, so at this point, what we've got left to do, we've got 10 minutes, so it's your choice because it's hand sewing now. So this needs to be sewn closed, and on this one, I've used a couple of these snap fasteners to close the case.
Let's go snap fastening, because we've done some ladder stitch on shows before, but we haven't snap fastened. If you get the book, it goes through all of this as well. Now, snap fastenings. Here they are. Rust-proof brass. 20 in here of assorted sizes. This is just handy to have in your stash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very handy to have.
We'll find the details in just one moment. How do we sew these on?
By hand.
Okay.
Bit of hand sewing.
Do you know what? Sometimes there's no getting away from it, is there?
No, there isn't. Unfortunately. If I could do everything by machine, I would.
Really?
Because I'm really super lazy.
I like hand sewing.
And there are people that love hand binding a quilt. But no, I'm a machine binding person. I'm too impatient.
That's right.
I like things done properly, but I'm also quite impatient.
Excellent.
So your snap fasteners have got two different parts. Hold it up the right way. So you've got two different sections. One that's got a knobbly bit on the end and one that's got a hole in this end, and they marry up together. So I always find it a little bit fiddly, but I use a selection of pins to try and help us find the right position. So I'm just going to fold the case. Here and here.
That disappearing pen starting to disappear.
Gone, gone. Very clever, aren't they? I don't know how they managed to invent those. So I'm just going to have a look about where I might like to place the press studs. Let's go for here. And I'm just going to stick a pin handily. The middle of these has got a little hole.
Do you think that's what it's there for?
I think so.
I never knew that.
Let's think that someone was clever enough to design them like that.
I
It might
never
just be
ever
chance.
knew that.
You never know.
I don't think it matters. I'm going with yes.
Yeah, let's go with that.
That's great. Yeah.
We'll go with that. So I stick the pin through.
Yep.
And then just detach one half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's strong. And we'll come back to that to reposition the other one. I'm just going to hold that in place. Try not to stab myself.
Nice.
Feels like we need to hum or something.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I'm just engrossed. That's why. I go quiet when I'm watching and engrossed. So, you've got how many holes? 4 holes?
There are 4 holes. So a few stitches around each side. On the sample I've done maybe 6 on each one.
I'm going to see that. It's on the side beautifully hand stitched.
I've done that one with a navy thread to match in. But this one's probably okay with a white because we've got white in the print. But you could go for a mustard if you happen to have a mustard thread.
Well, you know, you just have to refer to your spool organiser.
Yes.
And find out where you left that. So this one here is the one that was pre-sewn on. There we go. Nice.
Was there a navy in that Gutermann pack?
Yes. Yes. The Gutermann pack is all of your basics. Is 11 different basic colours.
Oh, fab. Bet mustard isn't a basic.
No, it's not in there. No, the mustard's not in there. It's not a basic. But it does have a kind of peachy colour in.
Oh,
so you could have picked up a peachy colour.
Yes, that would have done all right.
We'll show you all the details for that later, or look on the website. So, your spool rack, lots of you going for the spool rack today. It's a joy, isn't it? It's one of those things. You get your threads, you can see them, they're visible. I have also, it's just one of those things that I have lots of different containers of thread, and actually 60 spools on that spool rack. Brilliant.
Perfect. Mine are all in tins, which is not very
well,
easy
you can't
because
see
you
them.
open the tin and all you can see is the numbers at the top. And if you don't know the numbers, then it's not so useful.
So just hand sewing around these.
So I've actually done this thread double.
Okay.
Just to make it a little bit quicker.
And also more durable then as well.
Yes. Yes, the problem with being metal is that it can sometimes slice through.
Excellent. And how do you finish off? Because you've done all 4.
Yeah, I'm just going to go round on itself a little bit. Oh, that one's got trapped.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay. Just almost tie a little knot.
Because you want these staying on. This is the thing, isn't it? There's no point in making... I hate it when I buy something.
Buttons. Buttons are the worst.
Oh.
Because they're sewn on by machine, which is great, but I don't think they're secured enough in factories.
So there you go. So you hand sew those. You know where the other one is.
You can stick a pin through the other side to find...
Okay. So that's the way to do it.
Oop. and dropping it on the floor.
Do you know what? Whilst you find that, I'm going to take you over to have a look at the spool rack, because so many of you are going for those. Victoria will be back later. She's just decided... Give us a wave there, Victoria, from the floor. Still hand coming up. So that's how you do the poppers.
Yes, so you just stick the pin through the hole on the other side and marry it across.
Nice.
To find your position.
So this is what Victoria's made for us today. Pocket in there, organisers through there. So whether it's for your mobile phones and accoutrements, whether it's for bobbins, whether it's for pens, knitting needles, whatever you need to organise, get organising and pop it in there. You've got your pressed poppers there, all on the website. Do go and take a look. I'm going to leave you there.
Lovely.
And I'll see you again in an hour.
Yes,
Thank
we'll see you in an
so
hour.
much.
That's all
well
right.
Done, first hour.
Thank you,
done. Come with me because I want to show you the spool cap. Now, they're the fat quarters that we've used for all of these projects. Dashwood Paper Meadow collection there. So you get 8 fat quarters, each one different. $19.95 for all of those. Now, you could make so many... Team it up with any of them. They all work so well together. And you're barely using any of the fabric. You could make so much out of this. You're getting 2 meters of fabric in here. It's a lot of fabric for $19.95. Now, let me also show you, what are we going to next? The spool rack. Here we go. So many of you going for this. So, 60 spools you can fit on here. 60. So many of you going, yes, I need this. I need to be able to see my threads. If you're anything like me, you have them in various tins. It sounds like Victoria's a little bit the same. Various different tins that you just can't see them. They're never to hand. They're, So this time, you've got them. You've got them out. You can see them. They don't take up much room because, they're stacked like that. Like the benches, is it the bleachers? Is that what you call it? Sort of a basketball and stuff like that. So you can see them all beautifully tiered. There we go. We put some of our threads on, but you can get your own. If you're after threads, of course, we had the Guttman thread on the earlier show, so stock up on those. We've also had the A to Z of sewing. Go onto the website, www.sewingquarter.com. Underneath the live feed of the show, underneath there is all of the products that we've had on the shows for easy reference for you. But also, do you know what? Have a look on the rest of the website because there's so much more in there. Victoria, you've been amazing. Thank you very much. Next up is Janice. Victoria will be back in an hour, and we will be back in just one moment. Bye-bye.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month. The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Sewing Quarter are delighted to announce that the highly respected sewing and quilt designer Mandy Shaw of Dandelion Designs will be joining us on Saturday the 25th of February for her debut show. Mandy will be showing us her latest famous spoolie doll, as well as a range of inspirational kits and patterns. So join us at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the 25th of February for a Saturday special with Mandy Shaw.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Hey, welcome back. Now, you're in for an absolute treat this hour. If you had last month's edition of Simply Sewing from our sister magazine, if you were, then you may well have seen some gorgeous designs within the book. You may have seen some of these designs and gone, well, they're fab. I want to make all of those. However, where do I get that fabric from? Well, here's the beautiful thing. Because they are our sister company, we've got hold of that material for you. So if you've got this and you wanted to make all of those designs, we've got some gorgeous material for you. But if you're not a subscriber yet, don't worry. We've got excellent ideas, our own spin on how to make beautiful things like that. We've got a poncho, a kid's poncho. How fab is that? Now, this is Cloud9 laminate fabric. It's really soft. When I say laminate, it sounds like it's going to be sticky and horrible, but this is really, really soft. You can see it falls really nicely. So very easy to use. It's just like a thick cotton, basically, but it's got that coating on it. So of course it is absolutely lovely and water resistant there. And then you've got a little hood on it. So we're making the poncho. That's what we're making, but why not make swimming bags, pencil cases, all sorts of other things with this fabulous material? Look at the range we've got. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, each of these is $11.95 per half a metre, but my goodness, that half metre goes a long way. Look at the colours there. Oh, I love these. Absolutely gorgeous. This is your fox one. Well, yeah, obviously, this is your fox one. I'd like to state the obvious. $11.95 with that beautiful, beautiful blue coming through there. Absolutely gorgeous. In fact, that cornflower blue that we had on the earlier show, if you wanted to use as a lining, that would work. $11.95, HVHN, something else. All the codes are on the website for you. Elephants next. Look at these little chaps. And do you know what? I'm going to pop the grey next to there. I think that will work better than that green. Tablecloths for when your little ones are working and splashing. And, you know, there's a lot of glitter goes on in our house in various, and gluing. This is fab. And then they know that when that tablecloth comes out, it's craft time. Fab. But then why not make them a little lunch bag or something? I want, Producer Hannah, you know last week we had that lovely thermal fabric so that you could do hair straightener things and your lunch boxes. You could use that with that, couldn't you? And then you'd have a waterproof, brilliant, a waterproof thermally thing for your lunch boxes, so you could use that with that. We've put the grey fabric with it for linings. All of these are on the website, so don't worry about that. This is part of our Macawa plain range. So these are $3.25 per half a metre. This is the slate. This is this lovely grey. Really handy colour, actually, just to have in your stash anyway, I think, because grey's so useful to have. So we've teamed that. So if you want to line any of your designs, then that's absolutely fine. These are going to work so well as wash bags, kids' wash bags. Brilliant. And then the crocodile. Here he is. He's quite a friendly crocodile, though, isn't he? He's that friendly. He's even got a little bird on his back. So if you've got the Simply Sewing magazine, if you subscribe, then you'll already have ideas. So look, this is the poncho. Look, can you see? He's that much of a friendly crocodile. He's even got a little bird on his back. I love this fabric. We've lined the hood in the green. I say we, I had nothing to do with it. This is lovely Janice that did all of this, which looks fab. So that is your Macawa green. Again, all on the website. It's that beautiful, vivid, rich lime green. $3.25 per half a metre for that. But each of these laminate materials, $11.95 per half a metre. So when you go onto the website, sewingquarter.com, and you order your material, it is by the half metre. If you decide you want a metre, then put 2 into the quantity box. It will be cut as one continuous length, so you'll get that full metre. Order as much as you want. If you want to do tablecloths or whatever, then absolutely brilliant. This is far easier to use than an oilcloth. It's thinner. It's more like working with a cotton. It's just like a coated cotton. So really easy to use. So whereas oilcloths, you'd have to change your feet on your... Brilliant. You're not going to have to do that with this. So come with me, because Janice, the lady behind this creation, is waiting for us over there. Now, Janice, hello. Welcome back.
Hello, Natasha.
Mwah. Janice, a.k.a. Amy's mum,
yep.
our floor manager, Amy, and she piped up one day in the meetings, my mum makes kids' clothes. I'm like, what? And so we gave you a call, said, do you fancy coming and doing this? Now, you used to make kids' clothes for your cousin's shop in America.
Yeah, and also my own shop, because then I recreated designing mine at Kids in the UK.
You never mentioned that bit. Oh, so you used to have your own shop in the UK?
Yeah. I've not long closed this.
Oh, really?
So, because I've been making more custom-made and clothes and selling the actual clothes in the shop.
So when you got this fabric...
Mm-hmm. Oh, I loved it.
What was the first thing that you thought?
It was just the vibrant, the colours, the colour, and animals work all the time.
They do, don't they?
They do, all the time.
These are friendly. Can we
they
have a look?
are lovely,
Can we have a look here? Friendly elephant.
They are. It's absolutely stunning.
Look at these. I didn't notice we have a cheeky frog.
They're great because they
have... And a mouse.
Yeah, and a turtle.
Oh.
And the ladybirds. They're just so beautiful, because it's not just elephants, it's got lots of little bits. And the thing is with design, what you can do with design, it's like I've done on the hood, I've got Velcro as an extra closing, and if you look on the actual...
I'm going to go grab it.
If you have a look at the
I'm going to grab it.
You'll see the crocodile as the Velcro. I've covered Velcro.
I love this
As you
because
can
this is
see.
your attention to detail, which I absolutely
so the
love.
Velcro there, I've done as an actual other fastening, and I've used a crocodile as the fastening. Now, on this elephant one, I've had to use, if I can find it.
Now, your crocodile fabric.
Where are they?
Oh, your alligators are, yeah, your crocodile, well, it's called alligators.
No, the elephants.
Crocodiles. 1195 ONHN06. This is just to give you some ideas. Oh, pinnies, aprons.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, lovely.
Brilliant.
With this one now, with the elephants, I've used, because the elephants are too big.
Right.
For the neck, I've picked up on the turtles instead. It's so tiny.
I love this. There's your turtle.
So that'll be going on top of the...
It's a good job he's got a hard shell, isn't it, with all those elephants around to step on him. Now, let's get started.
Lovely.
Where do we even begin with this and how much fabric do we need?
So again, you have to do, like we did the circular skirt earlier. It's the same type of cutting out.
Right.
So we have to do our radius and our circumference. So the circumference this time is the head.
Right.
So you've got to measure around the child's head.
So that's your circumference all the way around.
The hood has got to go over the head.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's
We're going to
what
put all of these details on social media, or you can watch again on YouTube and fast forward and reverse, rewind.
And keep doing it and keep playing it back and everything.
Or email us at studio@sewingquarter.com. Yeah, studio@sewingquarter.com, and we will reply with all this, because I know a lot of you go, oh, I missed it. That's the best way, and we'll just email you the details back.
But on here, I've actually drawn here exactly how you do it as well. I've drawn the circle, given you the radius. That's the actual cape length, and the circumference is the outer side.
So your circumference goes all the way around. The radius goes from the centre to the outside.
Yeah, that's it. So the radius is the centre, and that's the cape length, and then the circumference is the outside.
Right.
That's it. So again, you cut the fabric out, and then you're left with that. The elephants.
Nice.
Okay. So once you've done that, and you've cut it on the actual corner, you've folded the fabric in half.
So like we made the
this
skirt.
is like a metre, exactly the same way as you made the skirt. Fold the fabric in half, half again, and then cut
it like we did.
Exactly the same.
Is a metre enough for this?
A metre is enough for little ones.
Okay.
Again, the longer you need, the more fabric you use. So,
I think this is perfect for your little ones, isn't it? And the nice thing about a poncho is that they don't grow out of it, do they, very fast?
No.
Because you haven't done sleeves to a certain length or anything like that. It's slip it over their head. You know, how often do your kids just not want to put on coats? They don't. Oh, it's always a battle.
All the time.
So this is absolutely perfect.
It is. It's absolutely lovely. So what I've done, I've actually edged it in a bias binding.
Right.
So the first thing you do is attach the bias binding.
Okay.
So
we've got bias binding makers on the website for you. We've got them on the show for you. So if you want to make your own bias binding, and this you would use with just your grey slate Macawa fabric, and if you wanted to line it as well, then you can use that fabric as well to do that. It's just $3.25 per half a metre. So pop that in, and then you know that you've got that beautiful grey that really works well with it. So you've made your bias binding, because we've shown you how to make bias bindings before, but pop that extra. Well, you've got the maker that you can pop in your trolley, and then also we've got the grey fabric, which is absolutely perfect. Now, should I be scared about pinning this? Is it okay to pin this material?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It doesn't rip. It's stretchy. It's just a lovely fabric again to work with.
Now, I guess the thing is, because you're pinning the cotton over the top of that, you're not going to leave a mark, because you're going to sew around there anyway. Yeah. Would I leave a mark if I pinned through the actual plastic?
No, it didn't seem to when I was dealing with it.
Oh, really? That's good, isn't it?
No, it didn't leave marks at all.
Gosh,
so
excellent.
It's really good. It's really good. But again, always just use a finer needle. anyway. Just be careful of the size of the size of pin you're using.
Yes.
Try and use like a finer pin in fabrics like this. I would like, you know, like wedding dress pins or
or
like
your lace pins.
Yeah, lace
something
pins.
like that.
I'd use a very finer pin. Just
I didn't know all the different types of pins there were out there. I thought one pin did all. We've got lace pins on the website. We've got all sorts of different pins on the website. Or if you don't want to pin it, use your wonder clips. 10 wonder clips for $7.95. That's where your wonder clips really come into their own, isn't it?
See, I've never used wonder clips. I never knew
Haven't
they existed. Never knew they existed. So
right. We need to wonder clip you in your life.
And get me...
You won't go back, Jenny.
You need to get me up to date a bit more. So let's find this. I just want to find the seam to start
Do you know what? I bet that you're not the only one sat at home going, well, I've never used one.
There's a lot of things that they're coming out with things all the time, aren't they?
It just makes life easier, doesn't it? What are you looking for?
No, just the seam. I always like to start on the seam rather than...
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
So we are sewing with laminate here at the sewing corner. First time to sew with laminate. So, if this is your first time sewing with laminate, any top tips?
Like I say, fine pins.
Fine pins.
Just in case.
Do we have to do anything with the machine at this point? Do we have to put a different foot on or anything like that?
No, I don't. I just use the same machine needle.
You can if you want, but
you can go with finer needles, pins.
Okay,
needles.
so if you want to.
Like pins, you can get finer needles and go on a finer needle.
Okay. But we're going through cotton through the laminate, so you're basically sewing on cotton.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to use. So if I just go around, straight stitch. And I always use the guide on the machine there just to edge it so it's always straight. Do you know what I mean? So my eye is always on that guide on the actual foot.
So don't be scared of this. Really don't be scared of this. I mean, this is, you can see how easy lovely. Janice is finding this, just to whiz around the end of that. There isn't a different foot. In the magazine, because they were sewing right onto the laminate, they have said that if you want to use a different foot, you can. You know, you have that option, but because you're just going straight onto the cotton here, no problems going around here at all. In fact, a top tip in the magazine was, if you don't have a fancy foot and you don't want to change the foot, just put a little bit of masking tape on underneath, and then it doesn't stick.
And then it doesn't stick to it as well, yes. So that's good. That's a good tip as well. So
this is coming together nicely. Now, whilst you're doing that, on details on the screen for the green elephants, but we just wanted to show you the bias binder, because if you want to bias bind this up, then here we go. This is how you would make your bias binding. We've shown these on lots of shows, so we've got these. Very, very handy to have. Now this one is 25mm. That is the width of the bias binding when it's finished. So you need to double the width of that. So you'd need 50mm as you feed it through, and you'll give you a 25 finished mil piece of binding. So that's fabulous to have. $11.95 details there. EBGQ 78, I believe we're showing you how to do some bias binding on the next show. Now, we talked to you about wonder clips. If you don't want to pin your laminate, absolutely fine. We've got wonder clips on the show for you as well. These are $7.95 for a pack of 10. They're rather wonderful. Now, you see, normally we say, and of course, being this wonderful green, they're really going to show up on the fabric. Today, we're using the green fabric. But do you know what? These are just such a joy to use. $7.95, VKGQ 56. I might, Janice.
Always circles, that takes so long to
No, you go for it, because I'm going to open these. And if you've got, have you got any more pinning to do later?
With the hood, putting the hood on.
I'm going to introduce you to the joy of the wonder clip.
Live
on air.
I've never used one.
You've never used it? There's a note of fear in poor Janice's. I've never used a wonder clip. Don't make me use it live on air. You're going to love it. You're going to absolutely
love it. They look like little
it.
pegs, don't they?
That's exactly what they are. Do you know what? Let's talk about Here we go. So we're going to use
Great
these
ideas.
later.
Anything if it makes life easier.
So flat on the bottom, and then you just squeeze them. They've got little teeth in there which hold them in place, and then you've got a little hook there. So that's your wonder clip. We'll look at those later. Let's look at this fabric for now. We've got, of course, on the go at the moment, we've got the fabulous elephants. It's not just elephants in there. You've got ladybirds, you've got frogs, you've got turtles.
Everything lovely.
So we're making a poncho, but maybe you want to start with a bib. Maybe you want to start, actually, yeah, do you know what? Little tops so that when they're painting, aprons, that's it, isn't it? Aprons so that when they're painting, the little ones, they don't get absolutely covered.
And another thing that I haven't told you about, dog bibs.
Dog bibs?
Bull mastiffs, the dogs, the real big dogs, right? I know you're laughing, but
I'm grinning because I have a 12-stone Great Dane.
Yeah,
who
well, what
dribbles.
happens when they dribble, especially the dogs who have the rolled necks, they get all sore,
They get sore?
in the neck. And the people who've asked me to make dog bibs in different colours, you wouldn't think of a dog bib, would you? But if it protects the neck from getting sore, dog bibs. There we go.
We've got dog bibs.
Big in Australia.
Big in Australia.
Yeah.
Dog bibs in Australia. There you go. You heard it here first. Dog bibs.
Dog
kids
bibs.
bibs. We've got makeup brushes. We've got pencil cases, pinnies, aprons for when they're doing their painting. What else did we think of? Obviously the poncho.
Yeah.
But we'd like your ideas. What are you looking at thinking, yes, I need to make X from it? So if you've used laminate fabric before, what do you love to make with it? I think tablecloths, fab idea. For parties as well, for kids' parties.
Yes! To match.
Oh, really lovely. This fabric, absolutely lovely. First time we brought it to air for you, $11.95 per half a metre. So you decide which you want to go with, whether it's with the elephants, whether it's with the alligators. Let's show you these alligators. Fab.
And we'll get there eventually.
Garden cushions. Garden cushions, yes. So that they could withstand a little bit of damp. Now, the lining, look on the show for the lining, $3.25 for that. But this is the posh one. This is your $11.95 for your Cloud9 laminate, 100% cotton fabric with a PU coating, basically a plastic coating on there. So it's 100% cotton under there, and then you've got that plastic coating. It's a thin coating. It's not bulky. It's not like oilcloth. It's much, much thinner so that it acts just like a cotton when you're sewing it, which is really lovely. So to make this size poncho, we've used a metre, I do believe. Oh, I just think it's gorgeous. You know you're not leaving with this, don't you? So we've put the binding on all the way around the edge there.
Done the binding. Takes forever. That's why I pinned it before I thought to get it on quick. Okay, so now that's that.
Right, okay.
So again, you've got
it didn't take too long.
The binding. So that's, again, the start of it. It's lovely, isn't it?
It makes me so happy, this fabric.
It is. It's just so vibrant. The colours are beautiful. Colours are beautiful. So the next stage is the hood. So what you can do is get a hood from one of your children's hoodies, because hoodies are in fashion. I'm sure everyone who's got children has got a hoodie. So you literally can take a pattern of the shape of that, which I did, believe it or not. So, but what I've done here is 1/2-inch seams. That's 10 across there, plus 2 1/2-inch seams. So we double of that, so it's 20 inches, even though that's 19. And then you've got that to go down the middle. That has to go down the middle. Okay. So what I've done, once you've cut that out, I've made one in the lining already.
Okay.
So what you do, once you've cut that out, And that's, again, 3.5 inches wide.
Now, you've cut this on the fold,
and
so
you
it's
cut that
actually
on the
double.
fold. So, yeah, so it's double
Okay.
to go round here. So you can measure that.
Okay.
And then you cut it
Okay.
out on the fold.
Janice, how much of the plain material did you use making this?
I had a metre,
Right.
but only half a metre, I'd say.
Only half a metre.
Yeah, but again, with a metre of it, you don't have enough to do the bias if you're going to hand out the bias. So you need to go half a metre because, again, because it's on the curve, you've got to cut it on across. So
get a
to make your
metre.
binder.
So the grey fabric is at 3.25. It's down the bottom here. The slate.
You need a metre.
3.25 per half a metre, but you're going to need a metre.
Yeah, to be on the safe side, so 1.5 metres if you're going to make your bias binding.
Right. Okay.
So because of the cutting on the cross.
Okay.
So I did that, and that's exactly the same cut out in the elephant fabric.
Excellent.
Okay, so what we're going to do now.
So this is just a rectangular.
Yeah, strip to go down the middle for the shape of the head.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be tapered or anything, but it's not. It's just one rectangular length.
Just a rectangular length. And then we just attach it.
Oh, wonder clips.
Oh, and this is your pinning. Wonder clips. Okay, this is exciting. I think of paper as well. When
like bulldog clips.
Yeah, bulldog clips in the office. I was thinking, I've seen these before in the office.
No, so you can do it so that if you have the material flat on there, they just slide.
Okay, let's do it that way.
Because they've got a flat.
Khaki-handed again, can you tell? That's it, sorry.
Is that because you're left-handed?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's it. Cool.
Nice.
Because they don't leave the holes, do they?
No, they don't leave any holes.
It's quite good.
Have you enjoyed working with this material then? Yeah.
I'm always excited at whatever fabrics I'm going to be working with next because of the fabrics you use, because it is all about the fabric. And that's your battle.
Have you used laminates much before?
No.
But you were quite happy to use it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So now...
have we pinned it squiffy?
No.
Is it all right?
So I'm just thinking... Hang on. Right there. That's it. Okay, that's better. It's okay. I'm just thinking...
Have we done this round the wrong way?
No, it's not that. It's... Okay, we'll just go in a bit bigger. So we're just now going to sew that side.
And then just take them out as you go?
Now, I also went to the London College of Fashion.
Right.
They don't use pins at all.
Don't they?
No.
Really?
Don't do nothing. What they go on is notches. And as long as your notches are right...
Oh, my word.
They do not use pins. Now, I've been using pins all my life, and I was so shocked. And they said, don't use pins.
Really? Mm. Oh, gosh, I don't know that I could cope without a clip or a pin. Thank you. That's... Wow.
Yeah, don't use pins at all.
Loads of you loving this fabric, and I'm really not surprised. It is absolutely gorgeous. So £11.95 per half metre. Okay. We've got elephants, we've got foxes, and we've got crocodiles. So it's up to you which one you choose. Maybe you've got 3 grandkids and you want to, treat them to something and make them something fab. Then you absolutely can do that, no problem at all. And there'll be no arguments about whose is whose, because you've got the 3 different fabrics to choose from. And I love it. My little boy, he's into his crocodiles at the moment, but he loves elephants as well. And foxes, I think foxes...
Foxes are big fashion.
They are, aren't they?
Dinosaurs as well.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs, definitely.
Audrey's messaged in. Thank you, Audrey. She's got a little baby grandson.
Hello, Audrey. Same as me. I've got a 3-year-old granddaughter.
Oh, have you?
And a 1-year-old grandson.
So she's going to make bibs for him.
Yeah, lovely.
And
dogs. If you've got dogs, if you've got bull mastiffs.
Well, do you know what? Any of the slobbery breeds, any of those big slobbery breeds.
Slobbery, boxers.
Yeah.
We were brought up with boxers as well, so. So that's your one side done. think you can just cut it off. And then the other side has got to go.
There we go. Now, whilst you do that, shall we go and look at some fabric whilst we've been talking about, haven't we?
Now as well.
So you do the clipping.
Yeah.
And sew those. I'm going to show you these fabrics because they are just gorgeous. But you can really see here how that falls. This is 100% cotton, but with that then that PU coating on there. So it does fall. It's not bulky. It's not like oilcloth. It's soft and it falls really beautifully. So there's going to be no complaints for your kids about wearing this. They're going to absolutely want to get in these. Now, come with me because Simply Sewing had some gorgeous ideas about how to use these. So this is where the inspiration came from. Look at that. So swimming bags, backpacks, aprons. There were pencil cases in there. They even used the crocodile and made it into a key ring. Lots of ideas in the magazine. So if you've got the magazine Fab, you've probably been trying to find this fabric. So it's brilliant that we've been able to bring you the fabric here today. And we've got it in 3 different designs for you. We haven't really spoken about the fox. Let me get Mr. Foxy out because I feel that he's not really had a fair run. This is Mr. Fox. All of these fabrics unisex, so you know they're just going to be fab. In the garden, you know, party tablecloths, whatever you want to use with them, absolutely brilliant. So, oh yeah, hey, now producer Hannah, upcycling queen up there, is saying use them for your party tablecloths and then make your ponchos and everything out of them afterwards. There you go. So there we go, double usage. But this, there you go. That's what a ½ metre looks like. And obviously I've just shown you a metre. By the ½ metre, we're looking at £11.25 per ½ metre. Put Mr. Foxy up there. He's looking good. Which is most popular this hour, Hannah? We've seen, yeah, we wanted to show you the foxes because we've seen the elephants and we've seen the crocodiles. Which one's most popular, Hannah? Elephants? Hey, I love these elephants. Look at that lovely lime green. It just goes so well with that grey, doesn't it? £11.95. ITHN81. If you've missed any of the codes, go onto the website sewingquarter.com or phone our team 0800 112 4433. We're making a kids poncho, so if you've just joined us, hello. We've got some fabulous laminate fabric here. It is soft cotton but with a laminate coating over the top, so all those sorts of things, the bibs, the kids apron, the tablecloths, the ponchos, which is what we're making today, all absolute perfect. Whether we want to have pencil cases, whatever it is that you're doing, these will work perfectly for them. So that is your elephant, and then down here is your crocodile. We love the crocodiles. He's a friendly crocodile though. Look at them, really friendly little chaps there. All of these fabrics, £11.95 per ½ metre. ONHN06. Thank you for your emails, by the way. Always lovely to hear from you. If you're buying today, why not treat yourself to a matching cotton in a plain so that it just makes these pop. We've chosen some from our Macawa Plains range. We've got this lovely lime. We've got the slate grey for you. There we go. There's that lovely lime. £3.25 per ½ metre. All available by the ½ metre. There's your lime green. MWMY18, ½ metre, £3.25. If you want to mix up the colours, do check out the website because we have got, I think it's over 60 different solids from Macawa on there for you. The slate here, again, £3.25 per ½ metre. Fabulous. Always great to have that in your stash. And I think the cornflower blue that we had on the earlier show will go great with your fox. So QLMY48 for your slate grey. Let's go and see what Janice is up to.
So all
What you doing? What you doing?
Putting the hoods together.
Oh, in the hood.
So we need right side to right side.
Uh-huh.
Match your seams.
Yep.
Once you've done your lining, you can open it out. Match your seams.
Now, what are we doing with this, with the seam? Just opening it out
Open
and
it
putting
out
them
and just
together?
putting them together. So,
Let me just, when you...
so we need a lot of pins.
That's all right. You pin
So-
away.
So
Let
that's
me
what I'm
just
doing. Hang
show
on.
here.
We'll go for the smaller pins, not the bigger pins. That's it.
So if you've got something like a lace pin, something that's fine. So these are going to be opened out to reduce bulk.
That's it.
Okay.
So start there, and the other side. Open that out again, if I can. Now that is the problem with this fabric. It can be a
little bit sticky.
Doesn't open.
That's all right.
Easy, but we get there.
Do you know what? It's a small thing, isn't it, when you get to work with such a gorgeous, gorgeous colour and design. Let me just show you this design again. This is your elephant.
So we just pin as well. All the
So
way around.
whilst Janice pins her hood, beautiful. Oh, now producer Hannah's come up with an idea. She's saying that actually, if you want to do do it without the hood and do it as a throw over apron, you can do that, can't you?
Yeah.
You can tell she used to be a nanny, can't you? She's like anything wipeable. She's like yes, please. Anything wipeable in a small person's life, we're happy with that. Actually, do you know what? Having seen some people eat. Some nights I could do with that just to, as a big bin. Lovely.
It's right, because we all now sit in front of the television eating, don't we? It's only on the Sunday. You
sit for your Sunday roast. So Janice, we're just pinning that hood, aren't we?
Yeah, and what I'm doing, I'm putting the pins in vertical so that we can just machine straight over them.
Right.
So I did pinch a bit of fabric here, that's why it's a bit short. But there we go.
Excellent.
So then, but the thing is, I don't pin, we're only going to machine, we're going to leave probably about 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch.
Right.
Because what happens when you attach the hood, you put the hood on only with that, and then you have to fold it over and hand sew it down. Do you know what I mean? So we're just going to start in a bit. But at this time as well, what we have to do is put the...
Oh, the Velcro.
The Velcro
the hook and loop fastenings on. So these are going to go... Let me show you on this.
I've made these 3.5 inches long. I've done one already, and I've literally just hand sewn it.
Oh, just bear with me. Hang on, bear with us. We're just showing where it's going. So it's going in that hood there.
Yeah.
So show us how you've made them.
So all I've done is cut some Velcro 3.5 inches wide.
Okay.
That's the front and that's the back of the Velcro, and covered them.
Right.
So again, all you do is we need it to leave as much Velcro exposed as we can.
Yeah, so you've got some grab.
So we've got the grab. This is fiddly because it's such a small little stitch, if you know what I mean, an eighth. So all we're doing.
So are you tacking
is just tacking it on.
So it doesn't matter.
That's a slipping.
Oh, that's the
you might need a
hot
thimble.
lights.
You might need a thimble. So we just tack that on. And then
now, obviously, bless you, you started doing this earlier, and you've had to transport it, but do it all in one go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I need a thimble.
Have we got a thimble? Oh, would a thin needle be good on this?
I don't know.
To go through.
Maybe.
Yeah. Now, in the magazine, it also suggests that with the crocodiles, because on the crocodile here, oh look, you've got them there. They've made them into little key rings, which I think is lovely. So as Janice has used the crocodile here,
Yeah, in the magazine they've done
as
that,
the main part there. You can also use your crocodile or one of the elephants or something like that to make key rings. Kids love a key ring. I'm a big kid, I love a key ring. Excellent. Lovely.
Trouble is with the keys, you end up with loads, don't you, on the key ring?
Sorry?
You end up with such a big bulk of keys because of all the key rings you like.
Ah, yes. Well, then I kind of do, I have like one for the garage key.
One for the other key.
Garden shed key. So I spread them around.
Spread them around.
Yeah, and then I know which one's which.
Don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So you hand stitch those, but you're tacking.
I'm tacking that on so that it holds while I just machine it down.
Okay.
But again, your seam ripper will come in handy here. You know, like what I said about your seam ripper when you're machining.
Yes, yes, yes. So let's move these out of the way so that we can see.
So if I start on a good edge, so that
Oh, yes. If you missed the earlier hour, Janice had a great top tip whereby you use your seam unpicker just to feed things through to the machine when it's just a little bit tricky, or you just need that extra pair of hands getting right into that detail.
Or if you don't have
really
a seam
helps.
ripper, you can always use scissors, a point of scissors, small scissors, if you don't have a seam ripper to hand.
I think the seam ripper just seems to be like
Seam
the
ripper's better
perfect
because if you look here now, I've got the seam ripper under that foot and it's going over, see.
To get that corner in. That's
So
a
then
great
needle
tip.
down, fold.
Because I can't tell you the number of times that I've tried to do that and just had to keep lifting the foot and poking the seam under.
And then the other thing is to walk.
It's a hand crank to get to the exact
We call it
place.
walking. That's what we call it. I call it anyway, walking the machine. That's it. That's it.
Nice.
Down, round, and again. And reverse.
Janice, we have a question.
Yeah.
We've had a
Hello.
question
Hello.
in. Thank you very much. Who's this from, Producer Hannah? Oh, okay. So we've had a question in saying, can we use these for waterproof trousers?
The fabrics?
Yeah.
I would have thought so. Yeah. Don't see why not. What a brilliant idea.
Brilliant.
Brilliant idea.
Because it is a soft fabric.
It is. It's lovely.
It's, you know, it really is. It's just a coated cotton, effectively, but it moves like a cotton.
So you know what to do.
When you get this and you make your waterproof trousers for your little one, can we have photos? I'd love to. But you can really see.
Yeah.
I mean, look how easy that is. We wanted to bring you something that was a little bit different, a little bit fun. There's no reason why you can't just let your imagination go crazy with this. I love the idea of that as just a painting apron, or you could make an apron or pencil cases. How about having your pencil case that then matches the apron?
Yeah.
Nice. Ah.
So you could
just
have waterproof
gorgeous.
trousers and
Yep.
a waterproof poncho,
Yep.
all to match. Lovely.
All good. So what are you doing at the moment?
I'm just
removing...
undoing the tacks that
Okay.
I've put in.
Excellent.
So then I'll pin this in.
Louise wants to see the crocodile print again. Her son loves crocodiles. Yours and mine both.
Okay.
So there we go. So she's thinking of making an awful lot out of all of this. $11.95. Do you know what? I've never seen these in any of the haberdashery stores that I've been to. I've never seen this. I've seen
I haven't.
oilcloth,
Yeah.
but I've never seen this fine cotton. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $11.95. It's going to be nice and comfy on the skin because it's just a cotton. It's just got that coating.
Yeah.
So it's not going to bunch. It's been easy to work with, as we've seen. You know, we haven't had to faff about putting different feet and this, that and the other on it.
Wipe over. Just wipe over like
Yeah.
won't it? It just wash beautiful, won't it?
Obviously, don't iron it on the plastic side. Just need to say, don't ever iron it from the plastic side because it will melt it. Don't do that.
Melt.
That's my note of caution for you.
So what we're going to do, I'm going to now top a bit into that. wants to cut it down a bit more. So what I'll do is just trim it down a bit more.
So if this happens, because we're not working to
pattern.
to an actual pattern. This is a pattern that Janice was inspired to make from seeing the material. So if this does happen, and actually the lining of your hood, you know, is just a little bit shorter, then just trim it. Because it's not. This is your pattern. This is your design. It's absolutely fine.
Just get that, because we need to trim it so that I can actually put these on.
Oh yes, so that those can go in. So don't be afraid to do that. You know, this is
just trim it down. Just go for an angle.
I am in awe, actually. Janice is cutting away there with our Fiskars dressmaking scissors. She is left-handed, but using a right-handed pair of scissors. That's how good the scissors are, that they are able to be used by a lefty. Look at that.
Whoops. That's it.
Nice.
Okay. So now, let's take that back.
Wants to come back.
Without further ado, we then put this in. Oh, hang on. I've pinned that the wrong way around. Should have been there first.
Which bit do we want to pin?
That pin. We should have pinned that first.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Mistake.
Whilst you pin, I'm going to take you over here and show you this material, because a lot of you want to see the foxy foxes again. The foxes! I've got socks and a jumper like this. Love them. Absolutely love it. This is your foxy fox in a brilliant, bright colour. That's what I love about these. It's the vibrancy of the colours. And this is just, if you've got multiple children, then, you know, they can grow into them. This is just perfect. This isn't just, I mean, this, gosh, even as an adult, I'd be really happy to have a pencil case in this. Really happy. Because it's so on trend at the moment. Yeah, your foxes. $11.95. HVHN 96. Gorgeous foxes in a beautiful colour. All from a company called Cloud9. Really lovely, soft, 100% cotton, and then you've just got that plastic coating on the top. So it works like a cotton. It's acting like a cotton. You sew it like a cotton. You play with it like a cotton. But it's just got that coating on, making it splash-proof. Brilliant. Now, elephants. So are these still the most popular? Can I just show you all the different colours that are in here? I didn't realise that there were 11 different colours.
That's better.
But that's fab. Let's open these out. That's what a metre looks like. So that would be 2 units. That's a big herd of elephants, isn't it? Beautiful. So Janice is working with the elephants at the moment, but previously worked with the crocodiles. $11.95 there. ITHN 81 for your Cloud9 elephants in green. Now, we match this with our Macawa slate for the lining, which you'll see on the rack here, and that's just $3.25 per half a metre. Now, Janice said that if you want to make all of your binding for this, you will need 1.5 meters of that, just because you cut the bias binding, obviously, on the bias. We're going to be talking about bias bindings in the next hour. There we go, let's pop that in there. Trying to be tidy. Anybody that knows me will be very surprised. There we go. Crocodiles? Yay! Let's get the crocodiles out. Woohoo! There they are. What's the collective noun for crocodiles?
I don't know.
Don't know. This is like a storybook illustration, isn't it, all of these? The elephants and the crocodiles particularly, I think, just look like they've come straight out of a fab kids book. Oh, Floor Manager J's in. Floor Manager J, what's the collective noun for crocodiles? What do you call them? Do we know? Crocs. Snappies. A snappy of crocodiles. I don't think that's it. Can we find out? Does anybody know? It's like it's a parliament of owls. It's things like that. I love things like that.
It's weird.
Now look, you've got 8 different colours here. I'm getting into my salvages. I always like to know what's on there. So you've got all of your 8 different colours. It's from Cloud9 Fabrics, and it's telling you it is 100% certified organic cotton. You don't want to put nasties next to your kid's skin. This is organic cotton, which I really rather like. Now, we'll get back to Janice in just a second, but I want to show you this, because so many of you are going for this and asking about this. This is the A to Z of sewing. So it starts off sort of demystifying all the codes and the machines and the feet and everything else, but then it gives you brilliant step-by-step photographic instructions, how to cover belts, do all those sorts of things. It's all in there. There's your bias binding. So if you want to know how to make your continuous bias binding, then it's in this book, $12.95. It's just a great one for just coming back to as a reference. It really is a fab book. And these techniques, they don't go out of fashion. You know, once you've got these techniques, or maybe it's not often that you do interfacing, then that's absolutely fine. You know, you've got it there as a reference for when you do. It just gives you all the different techniques. Then, there we go. Pop it in your basket, $12.95. We've already had somebody buy this as a gift for Mother's Day. Great idea. Now, talking of mothers, let's go back to floor manager Amy's mum. Janice, how are we getting on over here?
Amy's mum. Right then, so what we should have done was pinned the top. That is going onto the neck.
So that's
so I was going to pin
bit.
this, and this is the top bit we're pinning. So now, once you've pinned it, we then machine it.
Okay.
So again, what I'm going to do, because it's messy and awkward to know where to place them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave it 2 inches instead of 1 inch.
Right.
Then I'm going to turn the hood.
Yes.
Then we're going to put them in.
Yes.
Because we can top stitch them in.
Yes.
It doesn't matter which way round. And then we can attach then the hood to the poncho.
Lovely.
So that's it. So
we've got 5 minutes. Oh, hang on, we've dropped it. We've dropped a Velcro a bit. There we go.
5 minutes.
So when you make the Velcro, if you want to just hone in on something, then Janice has chosen the turtle there, because you get all sorts of different animals. On the crocodile, she used the actual crocodile, the clips on the crocodile. So however you want to do it, they're really rather fun. I love this crocodile fabric. My son is obsessed with crocodiles at the moment. This is perfect for him. $11.95. ONHN06. I'm just thinking that when you take your kids on holiday, you can, yes, of course, so swimming bags, kit bags, things like that, but also wash bags. You don't get fabulous, wash bags generally tend to be like a grown-up thing, don't they? But why not make your kids some lovely wash bags? Would you be able to put a zip easily through this as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything.
Excellent.
But for quickness, it's best to... See, people can get fed up when things take too long to do.
Do you know, that's so true, yeah.
And what used to happen, you see, in the early days, my mum, she used to get me to do every single tailor's tack, every seam, up the 5/8, all the tailor tacks, all up, and on every piece of pattern piece.
Yeah.
That's what she did, and she made me do it.
Wow.
And I'd be so bored by the time I was halfway through, it put me off sewing.
Oh, really? But you found your love again.
But then when I was doing shortcuts, but in a way, even though I moan about it, she did me a favour, because that's why I'm pretty damn accurate now at 5/8 seams.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know what I'm saying?
You can see it because you've spent so long tacking these things. Now we've got 4 minutes.
So now we've got to just turn it.
How do we turn this? Are we turning this now inside out?
Yeah, the other way. Just got to get these pins out.
So we'll turn it, we'll see it, and then we'll see.
So I'm looking for the pins. I'll just...
sneaky pin in there.
Can't get it out. It's always when you're rushing as well.
Oh,
isn't it?
I know. Is
Always
it
the
less
way.
haste, more speed, or
Yeah.
is it more speed, less haste? I never
So
know
then what you
which way
do,
around it is.
literally turn the hood,
Okay.
okay, inside, put that in,
Okay.
that way, right, and then the way you attach it quickly, the way I attach it is I attach it from the back, and I'm just
Right.
going to show you quickly as though I'm doing it. Attach that first to the middle,
Right.
follow it round,
And is
and
this right side to right
sew it-
side?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and sew it down.
Okay, yeah.
But then, if you put these in as well, and just sew them into the seam,
Right.
and sew it down, and then sew that down to there, here,
Yeah.
and then on that seam that you've left 5/8, that will then attach to the hood, and then you'll hand sew this over. So once you've gone to the hood, if you look at this poncho here, I'll just quickly show you. You can see what I did. You actually attach it and sew it here. See the hand sewing there?
Oh, I see.
And you have to
right.
fold it over.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Because you can't do it on a machine.
Yeah, no,
Because
you can't by that
It
stage.
would show
Yeah.
and make it look untidy. So that's what you do. You turn that lining inwards and you actually hand sew it. And then those are attached as well. And that's how you get to your hood. And even on the hood as well, you can overlap. If the hood's too big, you can overlap it so that it's like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the
So
head.
your kids can grow into
Yeah,
it.
but I think it's best to have a bit of this open so
think,
that
yeah.
they can just get over the head.
Our crocodile
So-
or alligator, we keep going crocodile, it's alligator laminate here, $11.95. It looks like a hand puppet.
It's lovely.
$11.95 per half a metre, ONHN06, $11.95 there for that one. Great for kids. So we've had so far kids' bibs, pencil cases, poncho. We've had little waterproof key fobs, so that or wipe clean, because otherwise they get grubby, don't they? Pencil cases. What else did we have? Dog bibs. And swimming bags as well.
swimming
All the
bags.
kit bags. All those
Anything
sorts
like
of
that.
things. There's the foxes. $11.95 again. Each of these gorgeous laminate fabrics. $11.95. HVHN95 for that. $11.95, and of course your elephant fabric, which has been today's favourite.
Yes, it is. It's lovely.
Looks like
So-
I'm wearing it, doesn't it? $11.95. ITHN81. Now, if you want to make sure that your order is absolutely right, if you're ordering by the half metre, use our free phone number. Thank you so much,
That's
Janice.
lovely.
We will see you again very soon,
Yeah,
and we will see you in a minute.
Thank you.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Join us this weekend where we'll be featuring classic pre-cuts from the Cave Facet Collective at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we sell fabric in all sorts of different sizes. Some will be pre-cut,
but others will be specifically cut to your order. The most common measurement you'll hear us talk about here at the sewing quarter is your fat quarter. So the fat quarter is 22 inches across and 20 inches there. Now that's 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, approximately there. Now fat quarters will often be sold in bundles for you, and they come looking beautiful, all lovely and folded, and it's great for storage because it doesn't look as though you've got as much fabric as you're actually getting. Lots of people prefer fat quarters to long quarters because you can cut larger pieces from your fat quarter. So this is a long quarter, and your long quarter is cut across the bolt, so it's edge to edge crossways. That is your salvage edge to edge. So we're looking at 110 centimetres across. For those of you that like your inches, that's 44 inches, and it's 25 centimetres deep, so that's what 10 inches. So if you're looking at cutting your 2.5 inch strips, that's absolutely perfect. You'll get 4 of those out of a long quarter. So you can clearly see the difference between a fat quarter and the long quarter. So this is your 1/2 metre. So the 1/2 metre is salvage to salvage, so that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches, and then it's your 1/2 metre in width there. So that's going to be 50 centimetres or your 20 inches there. Now this is double a fat quarter, so if you have a fat quarter, it's going to be half this, and it would just be cut down the middle there, and that would give you 2 fat quarters. It's getting bigger now. We're on to your metre. Here we go. So this is your metre of fabric. So again, edge to edge crossways, that is your salvage. So that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches. And then this length here, that's your metre or 40 inches. But of course, here at the Sewing Quarter, we cut your fabric from 1/2 metre increments, so you can buy as much as you like. Check out our website for more details. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!
Welcome back. Now, this hour, we're back with some different Dashwood for you. We know that you love Dashwood. We know that it's a very, very popular collection. So we've brought you a different variation. So the last one was florally and soft. This one is your city life. So a bit, what's the word I want? Hustle and bustle of this city going on here. It's contemporary, it's bright, it's colourful, very modern. I really, really like this. So this is your city print here from Street Life. £5.95 per 1/2 metre. Again, these available by the 1/2 metre for you. So this is your city print here. Fab. It's all going on there, isn't it? But then, you see, this is what's so clever with the Dashwood designers. They go and put, I would never have put this sort of reddy pinky colour with the teal, but it works. Wow. We love this one. This is your traffic light and post box material. This is great for those teenage bedrooms. Maybe liven them up with some cushions and throws or floor cushions. Brilliant fabric for all of that. XFAD 86, £5.95 per 1/2 metre on these fabrics. Now, the maps over here, I love this too. It's just brilliant because at first glance, it might not be that you recognise it as a map straight off, but maybe then when you look closer, you just see so much more in it. And maybe if you want to team that with the city life or something like that, then you suddenly get that metropolis feel. £5.95, OTAD 24. This is Dashwood Studio fabric, so it is 100% cotton. We were talking earlier about the merits of going for a good quality cotton, even if you're just starting out and you go, oh, well, you know, I don't, might go for a less expensive fabric. Don't waste your money on that, because this means it's going to be easier to work with. It's got a nice tight weave, so it just makes life easy to work with, and you're going to be so thrilled with what you make at the end of it. So they are, oh, we can look at this one. I like this one. People, because they happen in cities, don't they? They do. People, street life people, you've got all sorts there. You've got your city slicker, you've got your OAPs, you've got all sorts going off about their business in here. I love it. Everybody is included in here. I like this fabric an awful lot. Fab. It's fabric you do want to take a closer look at. So £5.95. Now the green, here we go. Now when I first started, I was like, where's the green? The green is in this top one here. It's in here. Okay, so here's your green here. From the Heartwood range, actually, this one, £5.45. But if you want to have a plainer fabric, then you can pop that in. QUMY 13. That's your Dash fabric. There we go. So, we have got this hour headphone case. You've seen them. You've seen all the kids wearing the Doody headphones. Here we go. There are your headphones. In there. Pop them back in. But you see, you can fit so many other things in there. We've popped headphones in. What are you going to pop in yours? Let us know. So £5.95 for your street life people. Which is what this is made of. Let's see the designer behind it. It's Victoria. Hello. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Thank you for having me back.
Well, thank you for coming back.
Yes, I nearly got in the car and raced off.
It's always a bonus, because obviously I wouldn't know, because I'm here. Now, genius.
You like it?
I really like
Good.
it. I really like it. I love the fact that we've got this cool young fabric, this city metropolis feel with the fabric, and we've put something very urban. You know, those headphones. You see the kids in the cities all walking around with them with this design. Yeah. Love this. Make this for your grandkids. Make this for your teenagers. You know, it's a great project to make. Or, you know, you could fit so many things in, couldn't you?
A miniature pyjama case.
Yes. Hey, look, if you change the shape slightly, a tablet holder.
Yes. Yes, you could if you make it more rectangular. You can make it any size you want. I've based this pattern on a couple of rectangles, or a square and some rectangles.
Director Richard wants a handle on it to have as a handbag.
Oh, it would suit him.
It would suit
Definitely.
him. It would suit you, sir. Now, where do we even start with all of this?
Well, like I say, I've used a square and a rectangle to make this, and I'll show you a little trick for making the corners round.
So those squares and those rectangles can be any size?
Yes,
so you're the designer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could just make it wider, make it taller. It's completely your choice. Nice. And what I've done is I've taken the people fabric.
Yes.
That's really nice. I like that. And I've taken well, we're calling it plain, but it's got a slight print on it. It's a nice mixer, not too plain.
Do you know what? Because I was looking to see where the green is. The green is in the trousers.
It's there.
That's where it is. The green is in the trousers.
Yeah, it's a really good match.
Yeah,
excellent. It's really nice. But what I've done actually is he's got dashy trousers.
He's got dashy trousers. Nice.
Now on the meterage that you have on display over here, the dashes actually go the other way round. Right. But I liked the idea of when the case opens, they go top to bottom. So it looks a little bit like rain.
It's raining.
So I've actually cut across the grain of the fabric.
And if I put it there, then you can see the rain coming down on top of the people. I love that you've put that much thought into it.
They need some brollies, don't they?
They do. Do you get your marker out and draw a few?
Oh dear, I'm not sure my artistic skills are that good. Right, so what I've done is I've pre-prepared these pieces. I have cut a square which is 9 by 9 inches, and then I've cut the rectangle which is 9 by 16, 9 by 14.
Right.
But like we said, you could change the
Yes.
dimensions yourself. And I have also cut the same, so I've cut in the lining fabric, in the main fabric.
Same dimensions?
Exactly the same dimensions. I've also cut in the interfacing. We've got iron-on interfacing.
We've got interfacing. Now, have we got... Oh, no, that's a different
This
one.
is a different one.
Okay.
So on this one, I've just used the standard medium weight iron-on interfacing.
On the
On
lining.
the reverse of the lining.
Okay. How do we iron that on? Any tips for that?
Well, the instructions are on the packet, and you should always make sure that you follow the instructions that are on the packet, because
each
different
one could be,
manufacturers
yeah.
are a little bit different.
Okay, all right, I hear you.
This particular one, if you don't mind me grabbing it from back
grab.
here, this is the...
This is down the bottom here for you. So this is your hemline iron-on interfacing in medium. So it says cut interfacing from the same pattern pieces as facings. Yep, that's fine. Done all that.
This one you put on a wool setting, so your medium setting
Right.
on the iron, not too hot, because you'll find that it will sort of almost waste away and melt if it's too hot.
Okay.
So wool setting and a dry, I think this one says a dry pressing cloth over the top.
Yes.
Because if you don't want to get any on the underside of your iron, because it just wrecks your iron and it's a pain to clean. So protect your iron by using the pressing cloth, protect the interfacing by using the pressing cloth. So
there you go.
pressing
Excellent.
cloth it is.
And that is £2.95 for all of that. NXGQ17, and it's a metre by a metre. Fab. Right.
On these pieces here, I wanted to go for a slightly softer look, but still being quite structured. On the reverse of these, I have applied the fusible or iron-on fleece by Vilene, if you're old school, or Fleeceline.
Yeah. Let's
If
go
you are
Vilene.
being European, well, they have rebranded.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, it was a bit like Sif and Jif. They've just gone for one brand across Europe, but they've chosen the one that I can't pronounce.
Okay, good.
Which is a shame.
Begins with a V.
Begins with a V.
You probably know which one we mean.
Yeah,
but yes.
So we stock that one as well. It's the H630 from memory, which is the medium loft.
Now, what does that mean, or the H630s? That's the weight, isn't it?
I'm going to say that that's the product code.
Right.
But I don't know. I'm not speaking with any form of knowledge on that. I'm
we'll find
assuming that it's the Vilene product
But this
code.
is the one that you
Because this
used.
is on this one is the H630, which is available online. They do a heavier one, but this is the one that I've used for this project.
On our website, so take a look and grab that. It's just really handy, isn't it, to have in your stash, because
Yes, I've got loads of it. It's great to have. Just have a stash somewhere. With the fusible fleece, a good tip is to make sure that you pre-wash your fabrics first, because you have to apply this, again, with a pressing cloth, but you have to use steam. And all fabrics will have a certain amount of shrinkage.
Right.
And if you're applying steam, then that's effectively like pre-washing the fabrics. So for these, I pre-washed just to make sure that as much came out as possible of the shrinkage, because when you apply it with the steam, if you've not pre-shrunk, you'll end up with wrinkles everywhere.
Is that when you get that bobbly effect?
Yeah, on this
that's when
side,
that
you'll end up
happens?
with loads and loads of wrinkles, and that just drives you crazy.
Okay.
Because it doesn't, I'm not going to lie, it does take a while to apply the fusible fleece. It does take a while to come off.
But that's a top tip, because if you're spending the time to apply a fusible fleece, do
You want
it.
to get it right? Yes. Absolutely. Another tip is that you can also apply the same interfacing onto the fabric first, and then apply the fusible fleece on top of the interfacing for a bit more stability.
Oh, if you want it really sturdy.
You want it really sturdy, but still to have that slightly padded feeling to it.
So for your fusible fleece, the graphics for those coming in, all your details coming in just one moment. That's really handy to know.
Yeah, it's a good tip.
Here we go. So a 1/2 metre by 90 centimetres of the
Vilene.
yeah, that's. We need to learn how to say that, don't we? So it's here. This is your low loft volume fleece. And there it is on there.
And it feels like a fleece on one side, and then the other side is lots of little bumps. So that's the side that's
the bumps
fusible.
of the glue, aren't they?
The
Yeah.
bumps of the glue.
345 UBGQ01. Excellent.
Okay, so in order to save a little bit of time, I have applied some hook and loop tape to the relevant parts.
Now, how do we know where to attach them?
So what I've done is, in the design process, I worked out where the best place would be. So on your 9x9 square, I've put that 3 inches down from the top and evenly in from the sides, which I think was about 3 3/4 inches. I've then put a piece on the lining, because as you can see, as you open the case, you've got a piece on the main 9x9 square, which I've put here, and I've put a piece on the lining, which is just 1 inch down from the top.
Right.
I've just sewn those in place.
Okay. Is there anything, because on the hook bit, is there anything that we need to think about when you sew over the hooks?
Take your time.
Is it just
because
a
it can?
slow
You
go?
can even see here on mine, I've gone a little bit bobbly. It doesn't sit very nicely. It's not a perfect line of stitching.
It's just because it catches, doesn't it?
It does catch, and it's not an even surface. One bit is up and one bit is down, so it's just take your time.
And maybe, yeah. I mean, we've done this so that you can really see it, but maybe just do it in a white so that you can't.
Yes.
You can't see it.
So you can't notice it, because
Yeah.
I've done it on the green on this one as well.
Excellent. But that's handy because then we can see how
Then
you've
we
done
can
it.
see exactly what's going on. Okay, so what we need to do is to change the shape of these. Square corners are fine, but I quite like a rounded corner.
yes, it is rounded. Yes, of
It is
course
rounded,
it is.
and we have...
Okay.
So just make sure that my dashes are going the right way.
Oh, so they rain. Yeah.
So it's raining. I'm using these nice pins, the quilting pins, because
Yes.
they're nice and long. I like using those for bag
I
making.
love how every single designer has different pins or clips and
Quirks.
things that they like to use. And for you, it's those glass-headed long
pins. They're nice. And they've got nice yellow ends, so you can see them easily.
We know that when we dropped an entire packet on the floor during a show the other day.
Lovely.
And we managed to pick them up very quickly because we could see them.
Yes, true.
Yes.
Did you have a giant magnet to help you pick them all up?
No.
That's
No,
what
we
you
didn't.
need. I bought my daughter at Christmas a giant magnet.
Did you?
Yes, she loves it.
Does she sew as well?
They are always saying, "Mum, can I have a sewing lesson, please?" And what's my answer? Not now, Mummy's busy.
Oh, no.
Terrible mother.
Who did you learn from?
Well, my mum taught me to sew. She'll claim she didn't.
Right.
But she set me on my way.
Okay.
Gave me a good book to start with, sat me down at the sewing machine and sent me on my way.
I think there's sometimes, if you're just around it, your kids will be picking up hints and tips just from seeing
will.
you doing it, won't they?
They absolutely will.
So we are pinning both of these.
So I've pinned the square. So that's got wrong sides together.
So
I've
that's
done
how
that.
it will actually look.
Yes. Now, I'm pinning the same thing on here, but this is a directional print. So we need to
Right.
make sure that when this turns over, that your people are not upside down on the top of the flap.
Oh.
So here, you can see they're the right way up, and here they're the wrong way up.
Right.
So I want this to be this
That
way up,
way.
so when it flaps over, the people are the right way up. And the hook and loop is at the top of the flap.
It's little things like that that you do wrong once.
And that makes you really cross.
Really sad. Yes.
I once made a whole entire dress.
Yeah.
And I went in to go and see Mum and Dad, and I said, I was in my teens, and I said, "Hey, what do you think of the dress?" And Dad said, "Oh, it's nice as long as you want a dress that's upside down." And I hadn't realised, and there was this print on it, and it was a right way and a wrong way, and I never noticed. I was so cross.
Oh.
I took it off and threw it in a corner and never finished it.
Oh, you're joking. Oh, that's really sad.
I was really cross.
Oh,
It's quite a
You have to do
silly
it once,
mistake.
though. But it's one of those things, is that when you've gone through that pain and torture of getting it wrong once, you check. You check
really
every
do
time.
check, promise you.
But do you know what? I know stories like that, it's good to hear from our professionals because it just means you're human. Everybody's done it at some point, haven't they?
Dearie me. Too easy to do. Okay, so we're going to trim these corners. You need a pattern. Well, you don't need a pattern. I need a pattern because I'm a bit like that. I like to be precise. I like things to be correct.
Am I making this this myself?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
piece of paper.
good.
So you can freehand it. You can go, yep, brilliant, I've done it. But that's not really me. So I thought I'd show you how I would do it.
Okay.
So I've taken a piece of paper, and on a corner of a piece of paper, I've just got an A5 piece here, and I've just drawn a line at 2 inches across on each side, and I've drawn that to make a square in the corner. And I've then got my compass out of my school book, my stationery, and I've just drawn an arch.
Right.
So it's nice and easy, because I'm not a freehand kind of person.
No,
and then I've
fine.
just cut that out.
Excellent.
So we have a corner. You can then place
That's a really
that
good way of
corner
doing it.
onto your fabric.
Oh, so you line up the edges.
So you can line up these straight edges.
What a great way of doing it.
And then you can take your rotary cutter.
Are you freehanding?
I am. Oh, that's such a fancy rotary cutter.
These are our own brand rotary
They're
cutters.
lovely. I like the little mechanism of how it hides the blade.
If you don't feel comfortable, I'm going to be honest, I'm not advanced enough with my rotary cutting to freehand round there. I'd make a right old mess. Can I just draw around that with my air erasable pen and then scissor it?
Yes, you could use your air erasable pen.
Yep.
And draw it on and then chop it with your scissors.
Still getting used to rotary cutters.
They do take a bit of practice.
Yeah.
But to be honest, the edges are going to be hidden by the binding anyway. So it's no major panic.
Mess it up, Tash. Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, no problem.
No, that's fine.
So do the same thing, flip it over. So you've only had to draw one curve.
I have complete respect for people that can use rotary cutters as well, because, yeah. Oh, the concentration.
Ah, it is. Breathe, breathe, breathe.
You're sort of doing it in little
ones,
increments as you
because
go.
it just makes it easier to get round the curve.
Ah, okay.
Ordinarily, when you're using a rotary cutter, you hold your mat and you cut in one movement away from you.
Yes.
But just for this purpose, I like to do little movements around the corner.
Look, it's these little tips that have been the difference, aren't they, between success and wanting to pick up your scissors and do it.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and it's practice. You just get used to it.
And obviously when you pin, make sure that your pins aren't in the way so that you're not cutting over your pins.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
Last thing you want to do is ruin pins or rotary blades. It's just frustrating. Because then when you come to use your rotary blade and you cut through fabric, you want a good, clean, simple cut. You don't want little bits that you need to go over. So we're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
On the top edge, but we've got the hook and loop.
Now, did you get sent a rotary cutter? Did you get sent our new rotary cutters? This one that you're using?
No, I haven't. This is the first time I've used it.
Okay, so it's $18.95, but it comes with 5 blades.
Oh, wow!
And I think it's two of them are the wobbly ones, so it's like pinking.
I needed those earlier because I was trimming those Dashwood fat quarters, and I was doing it by hand.
Oh, so
and I was thinking, I wish there was a rotary blade
that was
wiggly.
Yeah, we've got it.
There you go.
There you go. See, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that you could get wobbly rotary cutter blades.
I've never used one. I've seen them, but I've never used them.
Oh, well, we'll have to get you having a go.
Exciting. Yeah.
So we've got those. So when you get your rotary cutter from us, this is your soft grip 45mm blade here, and it's got that mechanism so you push that in to then pull back, and then that opens the blade.
It feels almost sci-fi-like.
Yeah, it does. And then you can tighten or loosen. It looks like a parrot from that parakeet that side.
It does, doesn't
that's
it?
what
Needs a
I
little
see.
eye.
Yeah, quite friendly looking.
I like that.
But you can have it heavy or light. When do we want it heavy and when do we want it light?
The thickness of fabric.
Okay. And what else are we looking at here? Oh, there you go. Look, see, 2 wiggly blades. The blades at the top. So 3 normal blades. Is there a technical term for the wibbly wobbly blades? I call them wibbly wobbly blades, but that doesn't make them sound fabulous. Scalloped, maybe?
Maybe.
But there they are. So 18.95, 5 blades, 3 normal blades, and 2 wibbly wobbly kind of. So you get that sort of. What are they called? Wave blades.
Wave blades, even more fancy.
Wave blades. Wave blades. Nice. Oh, okay. So what are we doing?
So we have our pouch pieces prepared. What we're going to do next is we need to apply the binding.
Ah, okay.
Because I've finished it all with binding. I've got a piece of binding that goes across the top and then binding that goes all the way around the outside.
So if you're at home and you want to make this and you want to do it so that your binding matches, you're going to have to make it yourself, aren't you?
You are indeed.
Basically.
You are indeed. You can buy shop-bought binding, but you know what? I really like it when it matches either the lining or coordinates, or you could choose one of the other prints from the range. It would look fab to add in a third print.
So let's. Oh, the details are already up there. So your clover bias tape maker. So this is a finished width of 25 mil. What's that in old money?
An inch.
An inch. It is, isn't it? Here it is. Ta-da! So this is what you're getting for your money. This is one of those things that when I first started going back into haberdashery stores, I looked at it and went, no idea what that is. I thought it was like a bulldog clip or something gone wrong. Didn't know what to do with it, but you're going to show us.
Yes, I can show you quick. I'm not going to make all of the binding. I've pre-made some binding for this because it does take a while to do. But you need to, I've chosen the dashes to make the binding from. You'll need for this project, you'll need 9 inches to go across the top of the bag, of the pocket, if you like, and then about 50 inches to go round the rest.
So by the time you've made that, you're going to be a pro in making a bias binding.
Without a doubt.
But this makes it easy, doesn't it?
Yes, it makes a difference, and it's quite handy to have.
So a 2-inch strip cut on a 45-degree
angle. On a 45-degree angle, and I've just got 2 little strips to show you rather than lots of stuff. Anyway, shall we just do this? Oh. Ready? Oh, press the button. Oh,
yeah, it is sci-fi-like, isn't it?
It really is. It's the little things that keep you happy. Right, when I join bias strips, I like to cut off the diagonal bits.
Right.
And I like to teach people to cut off the diagonal bits when you're beginning because it's less to think about. It's one less thing to go, oh, which way round does that go? So
this is a 2-inch strip.
2-inch wide strip.
50 mil rather, 5 centimetres.
Yes.
50 mil. It's going to give us a 25 millimetre finish.
Once you've gone through the maker.
We have to give it, legally we have to give it in millimetres.
Both.
It's that.
I do spend a lot of time translating from one to the other, and I wasn't brought up on inches, so it really hurts my head. But I'm getting used to it.
I wasn't brought up on inches either. I'm getting used to it too.
You do gradually. So I've just lined up these 2 little strips on here, and I've put the bottom of these points on a line to make it simple and straight. And I'm placing the ruler against the line. I'm just going to whiz off both of those. So with my left hand, I'm holding down the ruler, and the right hand, take off those 2 points.
Done.
So fast. How do we do sewing without rotary cutters? So we need to attach right sides together.
Okay.
And I'm going to overlap or leave a little gap of 1/4 of an inch, a few millimetres.
Right. Yeah.
And we're going to sew those together.
From which direction? Because this bit hurts my
brain
a little bit.
It always does hurt.
Do you know what? It's got step-by-step photographic instructions in that A to Z of sewing.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
And you know what? There might even be instructions in the packet with this.
Okay.
I would imagine so. Okay, so we're going to sew from this little point in here to this little point in here. But if you think you might forget, by the time you pick it up and walk to the sewing machine, quite often happens, you can draw yourself a line, which now that I've put pins in is not that easy.
Go from the
other side.
There we go.
Much easier. Okay.
I found the page in the book.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Wow, you are fast.
Well, I kept
You
saying every
spied
time
it.
I was flicking through it, I saw it. I was like, oh, we're doing that later. Which is great because then, you know, you get to watch it in action. It brings it all alive. Yeah. But you then got it, if you get the book, you've got it as a reference. So that's the A to Z of sewing. But let's let you sew first.
Lovely.
Get the words out.
Have people talked about holding threads before you start stitching?
Sometimes, but not always.
Because quite often when you're new to sewing, you'll find that you might get bunching of thread underneath your stitching, and it's really annoying.
Why does that happen?
It's because the mechanism almost sucks the thread in. Right. It's when the top thread, goes around the bobbin at the bottom, and it will just pull in the loose thread from the top. So if you just hold for the first couple of stitches, that will stop that going underneath and stop it nesting.
Genius.
Handy.
That's going to make my work so much neater. Just that little tip.
And it makes a difference, especially if you're dealing with lighter weight fabrics. It just doesn't cope with the nesting. It all bunches up and goes all horrid and thick.
And that's the difference between a project really looking fab or being one that you throw in the bin.
I know.
Like your dress, your upside down dress.
My upside down dress.
I'm sad about your upside down dress.
Should have kept it to remember.
Now what do we do now?
Now we will just trim off. This ruler's got a handy 1/4 of an inch line.
It's good, isn't it? Because you always need that little 1/4 of an inch.
1/4 of an inch. Trim off those bits.
That's our square template. If you want that, it's a 25 by 25 centimetres, so a 10-inch square, $13.95. Cool.
And I'm just going to take off these little dog ears and trim the threads off at the same time.
Commonly known as nibbly bits.
Nibbly bits?
Yeah.
Nibbly bits
are gone.
Get rid
of the nibbly bits.
They're gone.
Dog ears. Okay. So this looks like the bottom of a bow. You know, and you get those sort of signs for, you know, you're supporting various charities.
Yes, or if you work in a bank.
Oh, yes. But round the wrong way.
So, just want to press this open. Oh. Shall we do-si-do, or would you like to press?
Do it now. When I press this, do you want that flat?
Yes, if you could press that open.
I can do that. Why open?
Because it spreads the excess fabric.
Spreads the load.
Spreads the load, so it's not too bulky on one side.
Awesome.
So that is how your bias strips will look, and you'll need a big long length of those.
Let me just show that. Okay, so you've got a great long length of this.
Yes, and then you need to feed it through your clover bias maker. So shall I swap places with you?
Yeah, go
so
for
I can
it.
be at the iron. We don't want to iron on the mat. And then...
So what happens?
You've got one point that you can thread through.
So you leave...
Leave your points at the very end. And sometimes your fabric will go straight through. Sometimes it needs a little bit of encouragement. So you can just use a pin. There's a slot in the front here, down the middle.
Okay.
Where you can pop a pin.
So you just feed it through. Oh, look, and there it pops.
Oh, look, there it comes.
Oh, hello, fabric.
There it comes. And as it comes through, we need the other half. Just stick that there.
Perfect.
And it folds it in half. And as it comes out,
iron.
You iron. Along, iron, along, and iron. Sometimes you need to just readjust on the other side, but that gives you nicely folded tape.
And that's an inch, a finished inch.
A finished width of an inch.
Excellent.
So do that for your whole amount.
That's
you just
25
have to watch.
mil in a new money.
New money. When you're feeding it through, I can't do it from this angle because it's all a bit wrong, but you need to just, sometimes the fabric slides to one side, so you just need to jiggle it around to make sure that it feeds evenly through. If you've got a fabric that doesn't play ball, you can always spray it with a bit of starch.
Oh, okay. Oh, top tip. Yeah. Nice.
So, in the spirit of live television, here's some I made earlier.
Yeah. Whilst we, you show us that. So there's your.
So I've just taken it and then I've pressed it in half again.
Okay.
Just because that's easier for a later stage.
Now, if you are thinking, I'm never going to remember all of that, it's all in the book. So look, there you go. That's we've talked about doing that, snipping off the dog ears on the diagonal there. Cut everything you've basically just done.
Oh, good. Did I pass?
Yeah, no, tick.
Good.
A star. Linda's ordered her book. Good on you. £12.95. FQSP42. She's looking forward to lots of hints. I don't care how long you've been sewing. There's always going to be something new that you can learn.
Always something new to learn.
And it doesn't matter how many times I get shown the bias binding. There's always a step I forget.
Yeah, there is.
Right.
Okay.
So we've done oodles of bias binding.
Loads and loads. It's coming
out of our ears.
Everywhere. But I've wound it on there, so it's not so bad.
So yeah, you keep your old bobbins.
Oh, these were... my husband bought me these for Christmas one year.
Good man.
I thought they just looked quite nice.
Yeah, no, they're fab.
Nicer than just bringing it in a plastic bag. A bit more classy. Okay, we're going to attach the bias binding to the top of the pocket.
Right.
So you can see here, the pocket has got...
So it's going straight across this top here.
Binding at the top. Okay. Because I've pressed it in half, it means that it's quite easy to just open out that binding and slot it in. We're going to apply the binding in a different way around the outside of the pouch, but I just thought I'd do it this way.
It's binding like everything else. There are so many different ways of doing it.
There are different ways of doing things, and some people like to go the long way round and some people like to go the short way round.
Okay.
So it's entirely up to you. So that's in half, and I've just slotted that over. You can use pins, but sometimes when I'm making bags and pouches, I like to use sewing clips as well.
Now today, if you've just joined us, hello, welcome. We are making a headphone bag, but this bag could be anything. It could be a wash bag, it could be a pencil case, it could be anything that you want to store.
Oh yes, a notebook and some pens.
Yeah, a notebook and some pens.
That would be nice.
And then you've got it. Director Richard wants a handle on it so that it can be...
Fancy.
A type bag. It could hold your tablet, your phone. It could just be actually just a bag. It's a normal bag. So lots of ways to do this. We've put headphones in there because, you know, kids have got those. Nice. Okay. Very nice.
So that I've just attached with the binding clips.
Now, wonder clips. What a wonderful invention. Great, aren't they?
They are fabulous. They are absolutely brilliant.
They're great. Janice hadn't used them before.
Oh, had she not?
No.
Oh, I love them.
She's old school pins. I think she might make a comeback now.
Yes, they are brilliant. They're absolutely great.
When's best to use them? There's a time and a place for pins, and there's a time and a place for your wonder clips.
Yes, you wouldn't use wonder clips if you're putting in a sleeve head.
Right.
If you're inserting a sleeve, it just wouldn't work. They're too bulky. But they're nice and strong. I use them in bag making. I use them when I'm using heavier fabrics. They're fab.
Right.
And the nice thing, I know it may sound totally logical to some people, but you can see where the where the edge of the clip sits, and you know that on the other side, it sits the same distance. Here. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah,
so it's sort of a bit of a visual. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to catch the binding on both sides.
So then you know that your binding's going to be... Yeah. I'd never thought of using them like that as an actual sort of measuring device almost.
Yeah, I think some of them, it does actually show you on the back here, if you can see, if I can hold it straight and not get it all shiny, it has got some little marking points that tell you on the reverse of the clips
it's
how
not
far.
On this bit. It's not this bit. That's for us. We don't need to show you that, but there, those markings.
So on the reverse of the clip, there's some little lines, so you can measure from the edge. You line those lines up.
Down there, $7.95. I'm learning so much about wonder clips. They truly are wonderful. They don't just clip. You can use them for measuring as well.
I think we also sell a really jumbo one.
We do. Oh my goodness!
I haven't used those before.
Well, they're for your big quilts.
They look great. Big clips. Okay. Right, that I'm going to sew in effectively just top stitch that in place under the machine.
Whilst you do that, let me recap about the fabrics that we're using. So this is People. This is from the Street Life Dashwood Studios collection. So this is just part of the range. It's a fab range. really modern. So whilst you sew that, Victoria, I'm going to go and show you the rest of it. This is available by the half metre, £5.95. Come and have a look at the rest of it, because it really is. It's quirky, but it's great fun. And I really do like this. So up here, you've got your city going on up here. Look at that. Could be any city, couldn't it? £5.95 for that. So that's your city print, JWAD 67. I love the reds and the teals in here, working beautifully. And then you go and get that green, which we've used as part of this design. And then the next one along here is your phone box and traffic lights. Traffic lights and phone box. Post box. It's got a phone box, that's what I'm looking at. £5.95. Quintessentially English, I think, with this. XFAD 86. Love that fabric. And of course, you can see, I know I say this every time we bring a collection, but the wonder of it is that the colours are all the same. You don't have to worry about colour matching, because the colours all work. They all work. The teal here is the same as the teal in that, the teal in that, the teal in that. The green here, even though it's from a different collection, that dash in there has been used. If we get in really close on this chap's trousers, oh, sir, you've even got that dash in his trousers in that green. It just all works together. So this is the people, this is what we've seen, £5.95. We've been working with this one, but these collections, they just work so well. Whether you're doing curtains, whether you're doing blinds, whether you're doing bags, whether you're doing, little bags for all your bits and bobs to put in, whether you're doing pencil cases, whether you're making cushions, whether you're making great big floor cushions, these fabrics work. They've got that versatility, but you can also make dresses and things with as well. Now, this one here is your map. £5.95 here. OTAD 24. And then, here we go, this is your dash. This is actually from a different collection, but the dash is featured in the chap's trousers. So we've popped this on, and we've used this on the lining today. Nice. There we go, so that's from the Heartwood range, £5.45 per half a metre. Nice. Now, lots of people asking about this. Been very, very popular. Here's the thing. I never know how to keep all my threads. So they're in various different boxes here, there and everywhere, which means that I have to rootle and rummage around and waste time trying to find the right thread, the right colour thread, the right thickness of thread. Organise yourselves. Easily with this 60 little prongy bits here. That's a technical term, clearly, to keep your spools in place, in the right place. Obviously, the thread doesn't come with it. We've just put those on to show you that you put it on top. But so many of you loving this, £19.95, 60 spools you can fit on here. It's going to look absolutely great. Do you organise it by colour? Do you organise it by thickness? How are you going to use this to organise? Do you know what I will be doing when I get mine? I'll be putting 2 layers of threads, and then I'll be putting my bobbins on those ones corresponding pre-round. That's a bit organised, that, isn't it? So I'd do spool, spool, double bobbin, spool, spool, double bobbin. That's how I'm seeing mine happening. £19.95, MBGQ 43. Awesome. A lot of you loving that, I'm not surprised. Victoria, what are you up to?
I'm thinking about how I'm going to get that display home without anyone noticing.
It's a bit big, isn't it? It's not going to fit my handbag.
It's not going to discreetly stuff up your jumper, is it?
No, it's
Let's
really
be
not.
honest. No.
Oh, well. So what I've done is I've attached the binding across the top of the pocket, if you like.
Yep.
I've now just layered everything together.
Okay.
And I'm putting a basting stitch, which is a long-running stitch, if you like, just to attach the layers together, because by the time you try and manipulate the binding around those corners, things can move out of place, and you'll just be really cross that it all goes all wrong. So I like to baste them together in place.
Excellent.
So now that they're all together, we are now ready
Perfect.
for attaching the binding.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now we've got the... Oh, we just wanted to talk about the rotary cutter. So, just to say, and Victoria has, because she's very good about that, always put your blade away when you finish cutting.
Especially with small children around.
And animals.
My dog's not that clever. Yes.
But there we go. So always, you're very good about this, but always, so open it, use it. Before you put it down, just shut it. And make it a habit.
Yes, it does just need to become...
It's just one of those safety habits that you just do. So just to point that out, because we want you to use these things safely. There. That's got that covered.
Good. Safety first.
Yes.
I like health and safety. Now, the binding, there will be a join on the binding. I have decided to hide the join as much as possible by putting it just at the top of the pocket here. So that when you close it, it's less visible.
Yeah, no, you really, yeah.
Because on something like a quilt, you would put it at the bottom.
Right.
Traditionally, you'd put it at the bottom or normal bag making, but actually I thought you could hide it a little bit by putting it on this side.
Yeah.
So we're going to open out the binding. You've got here, we're just going to open out that edge so that you've got the raw edge of the binding along here. Mm-hmm. We're going to place that to match the raw edge. And actually I'm going to use a combination.
Oh,
of
there's
clips.
a time and a place for everything. And now we are using everything.
Why not? Bring out the haberdashery.
Absolutely. If you've got it, why not use it? That's what it's there for.
So on the straight parts, I've just attached with clips.
Yeah. So one of the clips, $7.95 for 10.
And then when you come to do the curves, it is easier to use the pins.
Right, now, do you pull this around into place, or do you just sort of eke it around?
Gently encourage.
Oh, okay.
So don't pull it because it will end up too tight around the corners. What you've got to think about is that this pressed line that we have here is effectively where your stitching line is going to be.
Right.
So envisage where that's going to sit on your project.
Okay.
I'm just going to pin that in place. This is where the long pins are good because you can get in to the little gaps.
Yeah, they are, actually. I'm noticing that. I'm learning so much being here. You know, I'm a hobby sewist.
Yeah,
and learning so much from everyone. I just the different types of pins. So earlier, when we were working with the coated cotton,
yes,
using a really fine pin, I thought
really
all
thin
pins were created equal. They're not.
No, some
turns
are really
out they're
fine.
not. So lace pins and things for those, but this quilting pins, because they're nice and long, and you can really get in there through those layers. Who knew?
I know.
Well, you did. That's why you're the expert, and I'm learning.
Well, soon you'll just be doing the whole show on your own. So you will have sucked up the information from all of us, and you'll go, don't worry, I don't need you. I'm fine on my own.
Now, let me show you. Oh, again, okay, so we've had questions about the spool holder.
Oh, sorry.
So 60 that you can get on there. This is so popular, $19.95 for your spool holder. Have you got 60 different colours?
I have quite a few. and I also tend to stock up.
Yes.
Because you think you're always going to have a need for black. I choose a light grey, a dark grey, a creamy colour. Stock up.
Now, what I haven't mentioned, of course, is that we do P&P per day here. Did you know about this?
I did know about that.
It's
I
good,
think that's
isn't
a
it?
really good deal.
Well, the thing is, we don't want you to be put off by, you see something 1 hour, you must have it, like the spool carrier. You don't, say it were about to sell out or anything, you'd want it, and so you'd check out your basket.
Yep.
But then on the next hour, you might go, oh, I really need the A to Z of sewing, but you don't want to then be paying a double postage.
No.
It's not fair.
No.
And we want you to be able to buy throughout the day as much as you want and not incur. We're not about making money on postage.
No.
That's not what it's about.
No.
It's about, just being fair. And I hope that you agree at home, $2.95 per day on your postage. Even if you
really
bought
good.
5 sewing machines,
I know.
you would
It's
only
really
pay £2.95 for your postage.
And I always
that,
think
is
about
fair.
postage in that how much would it cost me to drive to wherever I'm going,
Yeah.
pay for parking,
Yeah.
because more often than not you're paying for parking,
Yeah.
and it's the time it takes.
Yeah.
So I think actually
For £2.95 for postage,
I think that's
then
a really good deal.
That's cheap parking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Even in the town I live in, that's cheap parking.
yeah, yeah. I just also want to show you, because a lot of you obviously wanting thread to put on your spool carrier. So whilst Victoria pins, let me show you these. You get 11 of your basic colours. This is a good go-to range. So you've got blacks, you've got greys, greens, navies, a red in there. You've got a cream, you've got a white, you've got a sort of taupe colour that's going to blend in with everything. And you've got a charcoal-y colour in there as well. It's great. It's really great.
Really
Gutermann
versatile.
threads. These are polyester, and they are 100% polyester. That means it's a good all-round thread, doesn't it?
They're good, strong, all-round thread.
Now, some will say, if you're quilting in cotton, sew in cotton, but otherwise, something like this, polyester is great because it's going to have some wear and tear.
Yeah, absolutely perfect.
And
they're a good thread.
You've got that whizzy unpicker, which you stroke along the threads and it pulls them through.
It's so clever.
It's really clever, which is why it looks like it's got a beehive stuck on the end of it. And then this along here, you can count your stitches per centimetre. How clever is that?
It's very clever.
With the ruler that's also included. It's a nice pack. Top up, starter kit, wherever you're at, or whether you've just bought the spools and gone, well, I don't actually have 60, I need 11 more.
Yeah.
Throw it in.
It does get like that. With your
£19.95.
stash.
It happens.
It does. With the best will.
Awesome.
So I'm nearly round the corner.
Almost at the end there.
Almost at the end.
Excellent. I'm going to have to give this bias binding making a go, I think.
It's good. It's nice. Bias binding's nice. You can add all sorts of touches to your garment making as well. It's not just for bag making and quilting.
I have 4 big dogs.
Oh, right. How big is big?
Okay, no, I tell a lie. I have 3 big dogs and 1 smaller dog.
Oh.
So I have my Great Dane.
Oh, that is a big dog.
Yeah, and then I have 2 Rhodesian Ridgebacks.
Oh,
and they're about 8 stone. Eric's 12, and they're about 9 stone. And then I have my Spaniel.
Oh,
and the thing is that little Arthur, he's so small that everywhere we go, everyone makes a beeline for the big dogs, and poor little Arthur doesn't get seen.
Oh.
So when we go out running, Arthur has a fluorescent coat.
Right.
But I wanted to get a binding in that same fluorescent. Could I get fluorescent binding? No. Now I can.
Now you can.
Now I can make him a new coat with a proper nice fluorescent binding around the side. I'm happy.
See?
That makes me happy.
One fancy dog. Right.
It's for his own safety.
It is.
So that people notice him.
Oh, no.
So now we've clipped all our binding on.
Okay, and we've got back to where we were at the beginning.
Yes.
And we've got
With a bit of
overlapped
overlap.
binding.
Yeah.
But what we're going to do is the one, and logically this doesn't always make sense in your head, the one that's on the underside, this one here, just want to turn back, open it out fully. Got myself attached to a pin. Open it out fully and just press it under. You can just finger press it to create like a little hem.
Okay.
You can see here, just about a little hem.
Yeah.
And then you lay the other one on top. So that when
Okay.
it comes to the other side, there's no raw edge.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
it might be
makes-
easier to see.
Yeah, let's show it here. So, can you see there? There's no raw edge.
It's folded under.
Folded under nice and neat. Perfect. And then how do we sew this?
You then, on the lines that you created when you pressed,
Oh, so you use it as a
almost
guide?
gives you the stitching line.
Oh, that's perfect.
It might be difficult to see on here, but you can just see there's a little line
We just-
where you've
No,
pressed.
let me just angle it for you so you can really see.
Yeah, and you can
So
see the
this
line
line
running
here.
all along here. So you just follow that line all the way round.
Nice.
Super.
Nice. Oh, this is brilliant.
Binding makes it just like a nice outline. It's like you've drawn a picture and you've got a black marker pen and you've gone round it.
Defined it.
And you've defined.
It's that finishing touch, isn't it? It just makes everything look really professional.
Yeah, as professional as you can make it. Because you always want people to go, you've made that rather than you've made that. There's a difference, isn't there?
Yeah, one's your friend and one isn't.
So true.
What do you do with the machine?
Just, I had it on a basting stitch.
Oh, the long stitch.
So I'm trying to put it back where it was.
Okay. We've had a message from Christine. Hello, Christine.
Hi, Christine.
She says, hello, Natasha and Victoria.
Hello.
Loving the demo.
Thank you.
And she's going to give the case a go.
Oh, exciting. Is she going to use this range?
And the thread stand will be perfect for her embroidery machine. Oh, yes, because you need to see those embroidery colours, don't you? What a great idea.
Yeah,
Thank you,
very
Christine.
good idea.
Lovely to get in touch. Thank you ever so much. Excellent.
When you come to the corners, you
Yeah.
just need to take your time.
Okay.
So don't go whizzing too fast.
So don't do this when you've got to go and pick the kids up in 10 minutes' time.
No, although I am guilty of that. You see, I've just sewn over a pin. I didn't mean to.
So in a perfect world, would you tack those corners and take the pins out?
I'm not sure I would.
No.
That's terrible, isn't it? But I just think you can.
If
absolutely
time
can.
is absolutely nothing to worry about, you've got all the time in the world.
Then maybe.
Janice was saying earlier that her mum used to make her do all her tacking.
Tailor's tacks,
Yeah.
yes.
And so she said, you know, she just got sick of it, so she doesn't tack anymore. But that having spent all those years tacking for her mum, who was a seamstress, she now knows exactly, she can see by eye that 5/8.
Yeah, you just get used to it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good skill to have, is to be able to sew properly and not have too many shortcuts.
Yeah.
If you understand the proper construction, the more confident you get, that's when you can start to take shortcuts.
I mean, we say to you, obviously don't do this when you're about to go for the school run. Obviously, we've got 5 minutes left.
Okay, so shall I just show you?
Go on
When
then.
you have then finished, you can then, you turn the binding over and flip it over to the other side.
Oh, look at that. That's perfect.
So that gives a lovely, lovely finish. And
But then
then
how do you attach to the side?
you can either pin and top stitch through,
Right.
or you hand stitch.
Right.
It's up to
Top
you.
stitch
Depends
through.
on.
Good.
Yes, I know. Well, that's what I did on this sample. But of course, you can hand stitch it like you would hand stitch on a quilt.
Right.
Depends on whether you want to see the stitching or not. It's up
I
to
like
you.
seeing stitching.
I quite like the stitching.
So there we go. That's it, top. And then you see that's just taking it through underneath. There we go. Lovely. Now, Victoria, I'm going to love you and leave you to finish that off, because thank you.
That's all right. Thank you.
First day on this show.
Thank you.
You've done
I've
an
made it.
excellent job. Thank you,
Thank you
Victoria.
very much.
Because I'm going to just go and recap all the
Yes,
all the
do
fabrics,
that.
because they're beautiful, and I feel you need
lovely.
to see them again. Thank
you.
you.
Thank
I'll
you.
see you for a cup of tea afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay, over to here. So we've got your city print, which is this top one here. I think this bag is going to look fab in any of these, so it's down to personal preference. Street Life. Nice. Street Life is the range here. Street Life is the range, and this is the city print here. Again, all of these going to match beautifully. $5.95 per half a metre. You decide how much you want. Maybe you're decking out a teenager's bedroom and you want to do curtains, bean bags, all sorts with this. Absolutely fine to do that. So this one here is your city print, JWAD 67. But you can just see sneaking in here the old traffic lights and post box. But you see, the colours work so beautifully. And so maybe you want to do, maybe you've got a kid that has one of those day beds that pulls out to a bed, and you want to put cushions on and really make their room look nice. Maybe you want to do cushions in different accents. They're all going to work beautifully together. This is your traffic light and post box, £5.95. Or maybe you want to do makeup. Oh, yeah, we did a trio of makeup bags the other day. Why not do them in a sort of urban feel and do them as a trio like this? What a great gift. Maybe you are paper piecing, English paper piecing, and we did those as bowls the other day, 3D paper piecing. Then these would be lovely. Give that modern twist. $5.95 OTA D24. This is a great quality cotton. So all of these projects absolutely perfect perfect for this. And then people, obviously we've used people an awful lot. But within the purple, the trousers on one of the gents has got a green dash, which is also one of the fabrics that we've got. So this is your people here. BQAD08, $5.95 per half a metre. So get which ones you want. Decorated as much as you want, but really enjoy using these fabrics. All of the Dashwood studio ranges that we've brought today, you can use on all of the projects that we've done. Obviously not the PVC ones, but the rest, absolutely fab. So the spool thread rack, super popular as well. All of these hours, 60 spools of thread you can fit on here, although I would do threads and then bobbins, a layer of double bobbins along the bottom. But however you want to use it, do grab it. $19.95. P&P is one lot of P&P per day at £2.95. Your code for your spool rack, MBGQ43. Pop that in your basket. Absolutely enjoy it. So just leaves me to say thank you to both of our fab designers today. Thank you at home for watching, and I will be back bright and early at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with lots of gorgeous projects all ready to go. So have a lovely rest of the day. See you later.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter!